Hello. This light setup is... My lights are just not tall enough to, like, there's nothing on this side. Because the microphone Wait. It's just, they're just a little too short. If they were a little taller, it wouldn't be a problem. Ugh, they're so close, it's frustrating. I'm just seeing if I can unscrew something and make them a little taller. If there's something I missed. No, they're max height. They're just a little too short. Ugh. I gotta move my mic arm, I guess, but I don't know where to move it. Ugh. Stop, you dickhead. Sit on the floor, you bitch. I'm mired in the shadow. A metaphor, perhaps. Oh, the light. Fucking, God, fucking shit. Fuck. That's better. I'll leave that. The thing fell off, the color thing, but like it looks better without it, so I think I'll just do that. The red's too dark. Alright. That's too bright. I tried to move my lights off my desk. Oh, they're too bright. Ugh. No, go down. Be less bright. I fucking hate these things. I needed more desk space, so I moved my lights off my desk, and now it's got that new hot, fresh problem. We're gonna play Final Fantasy. Maybe we're gonna finish it? Potentially. I can't deal with the light looking like this. But I don't want it directly in my line of sight, or then I'll get a headache because they're very bright. I need them to be off-center. A good streamer would have done this already. But I'm not that, and I'll never be that. And I don't want to be that. Why is bendy as shit? I'm gonna fucking shit, dude. When I do this, when I do this, does this matter? It's fine. Who cares? I got the achievement off stream. The terrible, bad, garbage achievement for amassing a fortune in casino coins for Final Fantasy 13-2, and which also got me the fragment from doing for earning like they're spending like 7,777. I don't know. It's a bad fragment. I literally just like held. I rubber banded my controller down. It's not a good achievement, but it's done. So we potentially, maybe can finish Final Fantasy 13-2 today. Let's get into it. We are looking at 4 more achievements, I think? Nope. Fully developed. I was looking at that. I'm feeling like I'm going to end up having to look these up. Fully developed all abilities. We're like very close to that. Befriend the most unfriendly monster. No idea what that is. Defeated a powerful enemy on equal terms. I'm thinking there's a secret ending. I'm thinking maybe that's what that's gonna be, but I don't know. Witnessed every possible Paradox ending is also the secret ending, which I need to get all the fragments for. Responded swiftly to the appearance of enemies. I thought it was just getting like 100 preemptive strikes over the course of a game. There's no way I haven't done that, right? So I don't know what that is. I'll probably have to look that up. And then complete every fragment category. So we're going to start with getting the last, I want to say 3 fragments. I dropped my controller instantly. This room, I swear to God, is on like a slant. A subtle slant for this scant cant. Makes the bad bitches go, oh yeah, baby. 3 more fragments and we are free. Total hours played went up by 10 hours because that's how long I had to leave my game open with a rubber band on my controller for this stupid achievement. At least I didn't actually have to play it. I just slept and didn't look at my game. Okay, so Aerba has something. No idea what that is. I think I'm probably going to end up having to look that up because it feels vague as shit. We have getting the bestiary filled out, and then we have something else. What is it? So there's a bestiary, the one in Aerba, something else? I don't know. Locations. New Bodham Year Unknown. So that's probably an ending. So we have an ending, the bestiary. I don't know. Well, I guess we'll just start with the bestiary. And my goal will just be like, if he doesn't say I have enough yet, then I will just we'll just go commit a lot of murder, see what isn't done in the bestiary, and we'll start with from there, and we'll work our way out. Words. Okay. I'm so very over this game, and I'm very glad I'm almost done. I remember liking this game a lot. I don't know what happened. I detested this entire playthrough, pretty much.
Well, listen, you surprised me.
Still falls short of my work. Haha, you are a loser. Okay, well then let's go. Bestiary. Let's just start from the top. Rift Beast Vermin. All done. Voidborn. All done. Crystal Spawn. All done. Rare Creature. Beast. Silver Lobo. Where are you? Arclight Step. Alright. I mean, it works out anyway because I need to max everyone out, so I'll have to do some fighting anyway. I don't remember where you get the upgraded Grimoire hat, so I'm not gonna bother. If I happen to run into it, sure, but if I'm not gonna go out of my way for it. And we'll just, murder. I wish I said the weather condition it spawned in, but I guess expecting more than the bare minimum is, it's kind of on me at this point. Alright, so this is Seath Town. Actually, I think there is one Seath we need. Because there is those like, little freakos that, unusual? Undying? Because I think the... Oh wait, isn't there an ending for beating Zenobia? With the... I think I might have to do Zenobia. Yeah, this thing. We don't have its rare drop. I assume it needs to be done to count. Okay, so actually this is good. We'll fight this thing while we're here. Since we're already, we're already set up for it. And then we're like very close to being maxed out on the paradigms, and that's another achievement done. So hopefully we can get things done smoothly, but we'll have to... Do I have you done? I'm not gonna fight this guy if I don't have to. Are you an Undying? I don't know, you're pretty large. Actually, you shamble. You're shambling your shit right now. Are you Malabranche? No, you're not Wolololaldus Femore. Okay. Not interested, goodbye. When the moon... How are you... Did he just teleport? I swear to God he did. When the moon hit your face in a big pizza place, it's Femore. Do I need to care about his arm? Can I just ignore it? Yeah, we're fine. He's not imperilable. We'll stagger him, and then we'll do the arrows, and then we should just be able to end his existence post-haste. I assume there's like ultimate weapons that give you like a 6 ATB gauge and all sorts of interesting things, but I don't care. The game has given me no reason to give a shit, is the problem. Maybe the last, what I assume is one final, at last super secret cool boss, but let's be honest, it's probably not, will be something worth getting excited for and like leveling up for. But let's be honest. It won't be. Yep, that's what I needed. Auto heal. One Curaja. They made all the auto stuff. Everything's. Is this worse in this game? Was he not deep? No, he was deep protected. Okay. I thought he had no debuffs now. Or while we were committing murder onto him. God, I wish it would dominating fist me. Like in my ass, I mean. I do love this song, man. Oh my god, it's so good. This scene, like, people seem to be playing the shit out of the new Final Fantasy 7, you know, 7 Part 2. And I'm like, I'm playing this, and I'm having what is ultimately a middling time. And I'm pissed about it. Yeah, I'm not fighting him again. That was not worth my time. Okay, that was a pretty good chunk of XP. Probably still not worth my time. No. I need to fight, I think the 2 sword dudes, which I think were over here, or on the far side. Yo, oh, never mind, here's one. I don't think this dude's filled out yet. I'm gonna fill him out. Malabranche, why are you so far away? Yeah, we don't have all his weaknesses. But I think we just need to murder him and we'll just get him. Hopefully. A lot of things in this seem to be resistant to Imperil. It's like the opposite of 13, where a lot of things were not resistant to Imperil, but resistant to, like, anything else, basically. I was gonna say I wonder if there's any logic to that decision, but I don't think there is. Let's go ahead and get debuff now, buddy. Why do I care? Just hit him. Oh my god, his blade, legit unrelenting. Wow. You can really dance. This guy sucks ass! Are you not embarrassed to be you? Doesn't that, like, suck? Wow, big sword. Anyway, see ya. Was that enough? Seath, Undying... Wait, was it an Undying? No, it was a Shambler. There's Malabranche, Walalala, Salaldis. And then we need a Puskuski. Ikiki. This should be what I need, yeah. Alright, this one's probably gonna be a little annoying. It's probably worth putting good accessories on for this, but I didn't. I didn't do that. Hoved. Oh, never mind, actually. They're not as strong as I thought they were first. I guess for some reason I thought they were notably difficult. Maybe I'm thinking of the Raka Davaka Daka Jakas from other Final Fantasy 13. These guys, they ain't shit. I like when they twerk relentlessly. That's pretty interesting. Blaster's Sapphire. I think that's the last thing we needed. So we should be done with these guys. I mean, it sounds like, yo, enough of the driest humping I've ever witnessed. They don't hump much drier than that. You gotta import a hump drier than that if you want a good one. I do not care. You can't make me care. So hopefully, unusual. Okay, so he's done. So now we just got to do Wasampy Bompy and Wallabombi Malombi. Okay. What do you want, you literal bird? Wallasalaldus. Now this guy should suck ass, right? He has like no health bar. Yeah, you're garbage. Whoa. Remember this guy was like really scary in 13, and now he's a piss baby? A literal urine toddler? A literal preteen pisser? No, I keep going to the wrong thing. Not yet. I think the Grimoire Head gives us like 1 or 2 pieces of information, and then we just also have a chance to get some. I don't really know fully how it works. Conceptually, I'm not all that against the idea of actually like actively going to fill out the bestiary. It's not that interesting, but like I'm not against the idea. I think it has some legs. Unfortunately, in this instance, they're stubby little like legs, like a little dog, like a cute little dog with stubby legs. Mounting contempt. I'd rather mount you. In your ass.
Too easy.
Mount that fucker. What is? It's only this drops. I also don't know, like, with the Grimoire hat, if I have to get the last hit, which is pretty annoying if that's the case. Like, I could go get 2 Grimoire hats, but I don't want to do that. Obviously. I'm not gonna do that. Are you crazy? Double? Wow! Double? Triple? Backstreet's back, alright. Saz, please just give me any elemental effect. No, I don't need shell. They all have giant swords, Saz. Oh. Thank you. Now you're gonna get liquefied. But I'm really excited for 13-3. She needs help. So true. Despite how unpleasant this playthrough has mostly been. I mean, like, not it's like, it's been like a 3 out of 10. The music is amazing. That's the one point. There were some times where I was vaguely interested in what was happening on the screen. And the characters aren't detestable. I keep going to the wrong thing. Okay, well, Slaldis is done. Supporter's Amethyst. What's that? I assume that's something like the Ruby. Yeah, enhanced Synergist. What is? I guess that just makes your stuff last longer. I don't care. I'm gonna try to beat Zenobia with, I'm pretty sure I read that was a thing. You're not who I desire. The problem is I can't tell all these little motherfuckers apart. Malabranche looks like Willa Slaldis. No, you're Willa Slaldis, I think. Wait, hold up. Don't look at me like that. I don't mean to be racist. Not to be racist, but Seaths? No, you're like golden about it. Okay. Get your ankle slashed? Never mind. I couldn't even move. Yeah, I don't care. Bye-bye. You don't interest me. Ugh, I was like waiting. I was like, they're gonna move and they're gonna catch me because they're fast. Valachula, you can't. What do you mean miss? That attack doesn't even do damage. Cheaters. These guys are idiots. Come on. Give me some Malabron. Oh, I see one. I can't tell. No, yeah, that's him. Yeah, that's the guy I deserve. No, it's not. No, yes it is. He's 4 miles away. That's his call sign. Says, please, just give me an offensive buff. He'd be dead yesterday. Says, buddy. Thank you. My God. If he's just put bravery on me. That's all I need, and he dies. Why do you refuse? Why do you hate victory? Golly. Alright, how we looking? Alright, all done. All the seats are seathed. Okay. Almost like a lot of the things I need are just things that are around here. Can I refight this thing? Or do I just missed my chance? I don't remember what made it spawn. Okay. 4 levels and we're done. Okay.
It looks like they had luck and the weather on their side.
Okay. Oh yeah, he respawns. Okay. Well, I guess I'll go murder him. Who this? Ugh, I gotta like pause every time. You're a feral creature. Are you a spook? Are you a... What are you? You're not a pot cat. You're a beast. Are you... You're not that. You're not that. You're a stalker, perhaps? Clematis? No. Who are you? Are you a nudibranche? No. Are you a freaking... What's a wrathworm? What the fuck? Chunky Bobo? I got no Chunky Bobos done. Oh, the fish fellas. Christ, I don't know. Is a spook? No, those are spooks. Also, don't say that. Are you a demon? You look like a little demon. No, you're the old dancing fellas are the demons. Who are you? I mean, it's got to be in here somewhere. It's probably not a flan, if I had to take a wild guess. These are Tabasco Toad. Give him a lick. He tastes just like raisins. A wyvern, that makes sense. Alright, your ass needs to be toasted. Wow, damage buffs immediately. See how he falls to nothing instantaneously, Saz? Let's internalize that, alright, buddy? Who this? I need to murder a Buckaboo Ace, which I think are the white ones. Don't take that out of context. Alright, so not normal goblins. No, Buckaboo? No. Yeah, Buckaboos are the... I don't remember. Who this?
luck, everyone.
Thanks, man. Ooh.
Chin up. Here.
Why did he do not bravery this time? Sans, what is this? Wow, I got Vuvrivri. I love Vuvrivri. No. Feral creature. Wyvern. Vuvrivri. We need his... What? Why is this not done? Oh, we're missing one note. I don't think you're who I desire to be deaded. Whoosh. You might be, I don't know.
Chin up. That wasn't even
Dude, that Saz's hat is losing its mind. Oh, you're done. You're done. I don't care about you. Oh, you big box. Militarized unit. Let's go... Golem? Zwerg droid? No. Armadon? No. Tilter? The fuck? Who are you? Oh, that was in the wrong spot. No, you're gonna be combat engineer, I guess? Are you this guy? This you? Yeah, that's you. Despacito. Unremarkable. Okay. A little rude. Scuttery. Alright, so pretty much is everything here needs to work. This is the takeaway I'm getting. What the fuck?
We all ready? Time for this one.
Okay. No.
Time for this one. No way. We all ready? Wake up.
That was very jarring. Assassin, next time buffs, man, your ass about to get fired. My god, it's racially profiling him. Zoinks, 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 zoinks. Indrajit. Wow. It sucks. I'm not sure it's fine. Are you an ancient automata? What are you? You're a freaking annihilator? You're a behemoth? You're a... I forgot. A rift beast? I don't know what the... Who the fuck is this? Ugh. Several Lobo, Narbajar. Okay, so you're not here. You're also not here. Erba. You are here. Frog of Mud. You are not here. You are not here. You are not here. Vile Peak have an ass. Okay. What is the... What? Who did I just fight? Armament? No, you're Dreadnought. Oh yeah, Little Dreadnought. I remember. Oh, you. You are the guy. Rare drop Romulus and Remus. Okay. Don't know who that is. Do I need to get the sword? I don't even know. How much of this do I need? Do I need to have the whole thing done? Because if so, I'm already exhausted. Just considering it. Taz, you got any upgrades? Have some potent essence, buddy. You already have shell. What? What is? You're buckaboos. But there are no aces amongst you, so I don't care. I need some ace havers. You are... I need your big box father. There's your big box father. I'm okay, Saz. Thanks for asking. Actually, I'm terrible, Saz. Thanks for asking.
Is that it?
I need more Tostitos. Tostito? I think I need this guy. You're like the pulse work glad. Yeah, I think I need these. I was wrong.
You okay?
I need the other pulse whip guys. Not them. Soldier and Knight. So the black, grayish one. Which one was this? Oh, you're not even here. You're also not here. Okay, so none of them. Okay. I think all the bombs. Yeah, that's not here. That's also not here. A lot of things from Vile Peaks I'm noticing. And we'll go there next. So I need the bird and the big. Sorry, did not mean to murder you. Don't deployment. Grow up. Why is Saz's head jiggling constantly? Is it supposed to do that? It doesn't look correct. Is this working as intended?
You okay? Is that it?
It does not look right. Alright, how we feeling? Still not done, huh? You freak. I'm sorry. This pill is dry as shit. Don't need you. You're nothing to me. I feel like the bird guys were up here. Sometimes. No, no, stop. Why are you so insistent on not being alive? You crave it. Not you. You ain't him. You are not that guy, pal. Etc., etc. You! I need you. Semavira. And you're the demons. Right, okay. But if I can kill multiple, I think that's good, because every one kill will give me something, I think. I hope. And then that'd be a Feral, Demon, Semovira. Is that the only one that's here? Vile Peaks, Vile Peaks. Okay, so we also need Vodine. Okay, well, like one thing left and we're done with them. Okay, so one more of those. This is too much micromanagement for my micro brain. You are the other one. You're the other one I need to fight. Wait, no, you're not. Wait, yes, you are. Wait, no. No, these are different. I already forgot. All y'all demons look alike. I don't. Yes, that was a different guy. Okay, so now we gotta go to Semovira, and it should like one more of those we should be done, and then we need the Grobots. Not you, but I'll kill you because it's probably faster than walking away, and then you're like, oh wait, I want to fight actually, and then you're like, oh wait, actually you're murdering me. Oh, how you? Oh, where's Stu? Oh, they're farting. Ew! Ugh. Guess why we still need XP. Actually, we probably don't. We're probably done.
Nice timing.
I don't like when 5 big balls fart at me. Is that fair to say? Oh my god, that's enough. I tried to give y'all the benefit of the doubt, but now you're giving me gout. I don't think that's the right one. I need Semba Hindu. These are Vavarubies. Wait, maybe the one that's dancing is different? Yeah, the one that's dancing is the one I desired him to not be alive with. That might have been it. And then we need the box man, and then I think the little fella. The little fella? Feral creature, demon. Okay, that's done. And then we need wyvern. I wish it was in alphabetical order. Still not done the wyvern, and then we need, I think, one of these guys. A silver hobo. You see a silver hobo in the wild, make sure you rub his bald ass head. He's probably bald. For good luck. One more fight. 300 more XP and we're maxed out. Oh, sweet simple Christ, leave me alone. There are robots like over here. Let's go this way. Robot me. You're the right. You are the robot I desire.
Here.
That should be done. I think we were like one thing off of him. Okay, so now you're done. Okay, so y'all aren't here. Y'all done. I mean, I could get the blade, but like, do I? I mean, maybe I need to, but I'm hoping I don't. I wonder if I can just leave and come back and it'll respawn. I'm guessing no, because that sounds convenient. Maybe I can reload? I'll reload if I need to, but I'm not gonna do that. Yet. Everything's in the damn Vile Peaks. I mean, I didn't spend that much time there. You really just run through. At least the order I did it was I just like got to run through everything. Because I already had everything like gotten. Alright, we need two things, I think. A Silver Lobo, which I think is looking like it's in a different weather situation. No, wait, no. This guy's also here. But I think that might be it. Are you here, Mimi? No, Mimi is not here. Oh, wait, you're here. Oh, yeah, let's max out. Alright, let's get our first achievement, hopefully of many. Medic Row mastered on Null. And then we master Medic on Sarah. And... Supreme Being. Dope. Oh wait, we need the Buckaboo Ace. I forgot about the Buckaboo Ace. We need the Buckaboo Ace. I need to get the Buckaboo Ace, and I also need the Buckaboo Ace. Oh. Sarah's getting the shit kicked out of her? Finally, some good fucking food. Let's go check the water. We also need any chocobos we can find. You're just Buckaboos, right? The Buckaboo Ace is the big one. Yes. You are not shit to me, and I don't think the Buckaboo Ace will turn into... I don't think Buckaboos will turn into Buckaboo Aces unless there's a Buckaboo Ace already present, and then the Buckaboo Ace dies, and then the regular Buckaboo turns into a Buckaboo Ace. You know what I mean? No. You're the gladiators. You're the ones I don't need. I'm gonna jump across and see if there's any... see if the frogs I need are here. No way, we're done with you. Right? Yeah. Goodbye. I don't make that. Just kidding. Easy as peasy. Easy as peasy. You don't look like a mud frog. There's a mud frog in your midst. No, you're just hedge frogs.
Sure and steady. Here.
Wait, who's this? Wait. No, you're different. These are different. I don't know who you are, but I don't think I need you. You're not a Buckaboo. You're a Ganklach. No, wait, I killed the littles. Goblin hands that dipshit. We got. Let's go. I love. Who the fuck is this? Do I know you? Major Moblin? Who in the fuck? There are new guys? Maybe I should have killed the big one first so the little ones could ascend. Okay, there's a new kind of freaking goblin, the Moblins. Yeah, Ruin's better. Alright, so now we got Moblin's to worry about. Okay, Moblin, Major Moblins, and Buckaboo Aces. And Mud Frogs. You're a Ganachanag. Yeah, you're a Ganachanag. Oh my god, my brain. You are no, you're Ganachanags again. It feels offensive to even utter. Go away, you dirty Ganachanags. You are still incorrect. You are still incorrect. No, you're wrong. Go away! Oh my god. I mean, now there's just truly no reason for me to fight these things. Like, I don't need money, I don't need their XP. All I need is their cold hard data. Don't beat up my black man. I gotta change the ad, dude. Surely that's not working as intended. Saz's afro just has too many polygons, to be sure. Let's give him a new... He does love lightning. Oh, that looks like shit. Another afro on his afro? I mean... Don't chase me, please. Oh my god. Why are Moblins the rarest Boblins in the Goblin Kingdom? Can you fuck? They're too fat. They got rollerblades. How am I meant to keep up? I mean, keep away. Help. You are the one who must suffer. Alright, let's kill the big guy first, and then the little guys will turn into big guys. And that probably works the exact way I want it to. I should just hit him with like each debuff once, just to see if, just like mark things off. Because then the Grimoire hat will have less stun to cover, so it theoretically will take less stun, maybe? I don't know. Right? Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I should be dude, everything that sits on Saz's fucking head goes apeshit. Okay, so I think you're done. So now we can just murder the little ones. Which I think are also dumb. The vaporized dipshit. Oh my god, says. There's a god of Moblin. I don't care. Alright, Moblin's already done. So we just need Buckaboo Aces, which don't seem to be... No, but, I mean, we're getting Buckaboos, we're just not getting Aces. So we probably just need to go where we saw the first Buckaboos. Every time I say the word Buckaboo, I burn 10 calories. So I need a Mudfrog, a Buckaboo, and a Vahibi. And maybe other things that I have yet to find, because who knows what's out in this vast, wild world? So, okay, so it looks like I'm gonna need to change the weather for the Mudfrogs. This is Goblin Town. AKA Detroit. So now the Moblins are coming out in full swing, of course. Okay, so let's teleport back. But we're not changed the weather yet. We gotta get the Wyvern. I think that's it for this weather. No, there's something else. Maybe not. I don't know. I need the Wyvern. Who this? This is a silver cacti. I'm pretty sure I have this done, but I'm killing him because... Cactoroni? Well, hold up. No, I have not fought this. You think I fucking forget Cactoroni? And then the albino Cactar? What the hell? Okay, let's do the same thing. Let's hit him with just like every debuff. Except wound. I guess Dispel doesn't need to go in either, but just to mark things off. And then just to beat his ass. Like macaroni? I don't get it. Sass's AI is so weird. Like sometimes he just stacks me with both, sometimes he splits them up. I don't understand why it's like that. Okay, well I'm glad we ended up fighting a new enemy, which is also good. I don't know if we need literally everything or just like a certain number and that's enough. We got Cactoroni. Why do you have a Chocobo tail feather? The little fiend stole it. Christ. Okay, feral creature, Cactar. We need to find more Cactaronis. Man, what the fuck? I don't like looking into his void-ass mouth. We also need to get another Ochu, which is... around. In one of the weather conditions. Pitter-patter. Not you, not you. So many Mudfrogs. Cactoroni. The Wyvern. Vouviri. Sounds like a French perfume. So, Magnamar, which I think is a different weather. No, Silver Lobo, which is a different weather. The demons are done. Colomatus. Mimi is somewhere else. Nudibranche is... No, wait, no, you're here. But maybe also in a different weather condition. I think we need Cactaronis. Oh, and Buckaboo Ace. That's what I forgot. I forgot about Buckaboo Ace. Leave me the fuck alone. You dirty goblins. I will rip you in half. Alright, you just die fast and this should be it. You have like one thing left. Taz decided to go defensive buffs this time. I really wish it wasn't random and arbitrary and there was some consistency, but I guess that would be, I don't know, convenient. Okay, so that should be it done. Yes. Now I need the Buckaboo Ace, and then we can switch weather. There's also the Immortals Thing's Blade, but I don't care yet. But maybe I will later. This could end up taking much longer than I anticipated. There's so much to consider. Honestly, I'm not hating it though. This is. I mean, it feels a little bad that none of the XP or money I'm getting is going anywhere, but otherwise, you know, it's not the worst thing. I'm not hating it. I mean, we're getting Buckaboos, but no Ace Buckaboos. I assume if there's Buckaboo spawning, there's just a chance an Ace can be with them, though. Bro. So just we'll run around here, I guess. My God. Come on. I'm starting to think the Buckaboo Ace is a myth. You want to die that bad? Like, I'm pretty sure if I just leave these guys, they won't ascend. Like, they got to just die. Maybe there's only one left. No, that's probably not a thing. I mean, let's make sure they even spawn here. I'm pretty sure they do. Yeah, they spawn here. It would be very frustrating if they spawned in a different weather condition than the little ones. I would probably pull penis off of my body and throw it in Blender. Oh, red chocobo? We do need chocobos. I don't know. I haven't seen a red one. Wow, he's inspiring. Oh, I got him. They special? We're feral? Feral little chocobos? Yeah. Alright, so every chocobo I still need to murder. Oh my God, I hope I don't need literally everything for this, or it's gonna be like a whole problem. Oh, I'm in a hole now. Oh! Can this day get any worse? Hello? He's very susceptible to a good debuff. Okay, I didn't want to be up here. Yeah, how do you like it? Fuckhead?
That wasn't even a warm-up.
Okay. Don't enjoy it too much, buddy. There are so many enemies that can spawn here. Oh my god. Oh my Christopher. Alright, I'm gonna switch the weather. God, look at that plump, lumpy, rumpy, dumpy. Look at him go! Oh yeah, we gotta get Cacturonis too. Hello. You try to tackle me? I will slice you in half. Cacturoni moment?
Nice timing. Here. Sure and steady. Okay. Chin up. Here.
I don't like this thing's face.
You okay? Here.
Alright, how we doing? Red Chocobo still not done. Cacturoni, though, also not done. They seem to reliably spawn around here. At least something around here is reliable. Can't tell if... No, Tasks are definitely doing more damage. I think this thing's malnourished. I don't know. Like, I don't think this is a different kind of Cactuar. I think it's just a Cactuar that needs a damn drink. Oh my god. Every time I see Saz's fucking skull. What? Why are you not done? I mean, as far as I can tell, everything's filled in. But, I guess we'll fight one more. I don't know what's happening with it. You're not who I want. If it ain't a Cacturoni, then leave me alone. Like, it gets debuffed so fast it doesn't really do much damage. I think this is just a Cactuar that hasn't been able to consume water in many moons. That's my working theory. Is it removing buffs? Why does he reapply and fire so often? Okay, surely now it's done. I mean, there was nothing else to do. I don't understand. Okay, it's done. Alright. Let's get the hell out of here. No, leave me alone. If you're not a Buckaboo Ace, then get out of my face, as the old adage goes.
A new path will open up only to those who pass the test of strength that seals within the balance. Or so they say.
Okay. Weirdo.
Step right up.
Any chance you have the better thing? Endurable Grimoire hat. Any more enigmatic fluid? Oh, deals more damage to an enemy's. Oh, that's not what I thought that was. Never mind. I don't want that at all. I mean, if I get a second Grimoire hat, I'll take that. Assume it'd make this a little faster. It seems to not be an option. I love that for nobody. I'm gonna cut my head off.
You'll come and see me again, won't you, Choco?
Ugh. Shut the fuck up now. Sorry, the sheep didn't do anything wrong. Okay, let's save. Let's leave. Let's check in. We got a few things marked off. Let's see if maybe... I'm hoping I literally don't have to get every single thing in the game to get this quest done. But I wouldn't be that surprised, but I hope that's not the case. I'll just check every once in a while. We should do Vile Peaks first, before we go, like, traipsing around Lost forever in the Piss Kingdom's Darklight Step.
Well, listen, you surprise me.
Hope you die, and I hope it hurts. I hate him. Well, you surprised me. Alright, let's do Vile Peaks first. Because that's feels a little more focused. I feel like everything here is also going to be very weak and quick. And suck my toes. Whoa. I don't need a jacket. Hello? Okay. Oh, the face close-up. Shaguma? Are you new? This is a different guy. Oh, you suck. Haguma? Shaguma? A little bit of Shaguma in my life. A little bit of Haguma by my side. A little bit of bop beep bop beep beep. Oh my gosh. Dogs don't start. I will... No, they're... Okay. So Shaguma and Haguma we also need. Oh my god, okay. Oh, these are yak. We also need these.
On to the next.
Correct. Oh my god, I'm gonna... No. Dogs. Oh my fucking god, I'm gonna kill myself. Rare drop. I'd rather not get up and get them to stop, but like... Shaguma, Haguma, Shaguma, Haguma. What? Saz? What was that move? I mean, you look damn good doing it. I'm not gonna lie to you. Alright, Haguma. Oh my god, move less.
Chin up.
Okay. Alright, Yaksha and Huguma. Gochi and Gichibana. Karen got me Farron. Fly gear, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass skin. Why does the Afro move so much?
Looks like you lost. That wasn't even a warm-up.
That was not even warm. Oh my sweet simple Christ. Hey Sarah, hey Sarah, hey Sarah, hey Sarah, what's up Sarah? The idiots didn't get a damn coat. Who prepares for a journey? Who doesn't prepare for a journey through the timelines? Like, you gotta. Why would you not bring a coat, dude? The odds of things being very cold are very high, and you're stupid. Alright, this Haguma. He's capable of inflicting status ailments. That's just insane to hear. Their dances are so much faster in this. I guess they were too easy to capitalize on in 13. Or everything was generally less weak feeling, so they had to make them do things faster. One or the other. Okay, that should be in all the little bird demons. Okay. Now what else? Great question. Not you. There's something here. No, there wasn't. You're not here. No. You're Arclight Step. Woodwraith is the big fella. That's not gonna. Probably no Flans. I feel like we've been murdering Flans since the day I was damn born. Goblin ain't having his Sahayan. No. Cactars. I don't know how to consistently find Tonberries to fight. Chunky Bobos. Golems. Vile Peak's 200. But I think we're in 10. That's Vile Peak's 200. Academia. Maybe we're already done here? Maybe we gotta go Vile Peaks 200 now? Oh no, there's still bombs. Okay, bombs are here. Oh, and the Dreadnought maybe? Bombs and Dreadnoughts. No Seath. Alright, bombs and Dreadnoughts. Bombs and Dreadnoughts. Who this? If it's a bird, I'm no longer interested. I'm here for bombs and I'm here for Dreadnoughts. What the fuck? They're fast. He was in my ass before his spawn animation was done.
Good work, everyone.
Thanks, man. No such a positive role model. I'd fuck him raw. Till he pleads for mercy. One of these is a bomb, to be sure. You're a bomb. I don't know what the other guy is. That's a cryohedron. I got him. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, he didn't even get an opportunity to do literally anything. Oh wait, we're not done cryohedron. Oh, was that our first? I guess I was thinking of something different. Okay, so that's also straight up just new. Can I get a fight with like 84 of those, please? Alright, let's do the whole debuff roulette. Which is still killing them. They sunk. Well, that's fine. It's just about getting it marked off. Well, as long as they spawn consistently here, it should be pretty quick. Whoa, bird! Are you Black Chocobo? Wow. Is this my first time seeing you? I think so. Whoa, supersonic way. Hey, what the? Hey, wait a minute. That wasn't actually supposed to be good. I was making fun of you. Chidori, this idiot. Can you hit me, please? Oh, got him. There's no way we... Was that new? Did I not already have that guy? No, I did. It's only 5 feet. Black chocobos and bombs and ice bombs and... No, you're bird. I don't want bird. Homina, homina, bird, bird. Oh my god, you ruined everything. This was a place of peace. What the... What the... What the... Okay. You put Saz in the death dimension. I think he was still floating. What did they do to him? Damn, what they got in them toes. Dude, fuck you. Oh, never mind. I thought it was birds. Wait, no, it is bird. I mean, one of them is bird. They got a real hodgepodge of freaks here. They don't mix and match. This is a very diverse place. Chin up, baby. Cheer up, baby. No, 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 no. I'll be looking. Still not done. What else was there? There's something else. Was there something else? I don't remember. Oh, the Chocobo, right? Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da-na-na-na-na. I listened to that new Moonbill song, perhaps in the triple digits, since I found it like less than a week ago. It's so fucking good, man. They're touching and moving. How'd they even get the budget to touch and move that much? It's so good. Like, unironically, though. Also, Good Kid? Listening to a lot of them. Having a lot of panic attacks. Don't tell anybody. That's a secret just for you and me. I haven't listened to their new... I haven't listened to Summer yet. Not for any particular reason.
Done and done.
Man, how many calories do you think they're burning in constantly fighting demons? I'm in someone. Non-sexual. I never eat, I never sleep, I never leave my house alone.
Is that it?
I was really hoping Saz would just smash into the ground as Noel was doing his end fight dialogue. I wish I had a button that just like made these guys fuck off. Like I see something I don't want, I hit left bumper, they die.
You okay?
Another evening in between what I believe and what I know. I think I might... I've been thinking about it a lot, and I don't really want to, but I think I might just put out my favorites of 2023 video unfinished. I don't think I can... I think the mental strain of having a timed video that I'm 3 months out from wanting, or 3 months behind on, is like contributing like extremely negatively to my mental health. And like no, every time I look at the calendar and see like another day has passed where I don't have that video done and I'm barely making any progress on it because my mental health has been absolutely fucking terrible lately, I just feel worse and worse. Like I think what is there of the video is like, I'm pretty proud of it. It just isn't done. I don't know, but it's also like pretty close to done, and if I could just not feel horrible, I could get it done pretty quick. I don't know, man. Like, I have most of the segments done. It's just about editing them together and finalizing everything. I mean, there's still some unfinished segments. I think maybe what I'll do is I'll just, whatever's not done yet, I'll just, like, make it an honorable mention and put it in the description and just clarify that. There was supposed to be more to the video, but I literally didn't have the mental capacity to get it done. That's probably the best way to do it so I don't lose my mind, but I also don't make, like, a video that's just, like, I don't know, a bunch of black screen. Just unedited nothing. Hello? Where'd all the enemies go? I think I extincted everything. They do that in... I've brought it up before, but they do that in Final Fantasy 13-3, and I really like it, and I wish more games did it. Though it makes a lot more sense in 13-3, because it's like literally end of the universe shit. And, like, it's ending no matter what. That's the whole crux of the game, is the universe is ending. That's out of your hands. It's happening. Okay, we're done there. Oh, the Dreadnoughts. The Dreadnoughts. Go find a Dreadnought. So, like, it makes sense that, like, you can literally... Like, and nothing else can be born. So it makes sense that you can literally make creatures extinct in 13-3. And I think that's a really cool mechanic. I forgot what my point was. I guess I just thought of it because of the enemies not spawning for literally half a second.
Too easy.
also feel like guilty because like in my new Taskman video, not guilty, but like just so behind it's like causing me stress because in my new Taskman video I'm talking about shit that was added in the opening that was added to Taskman mode like months ago, and they just did like another big change to Taskman mode, and I'm not acknowledging it at all in the next video even though it's like in the zeitgeist of Taskman stuff. And then I'm gonna mention it next video, and who fucking knows how long it'll take me to get that one going, and it's, ugh. It just all stresses me the fuck out, man. It's like, why, like, I'm, like, not, like, I don't know. I'm very content with, like, not growing online. Like, even though, like, people are so nice. They're like, you know, take your time, we understand, mental health stuff's rough. And then I read that and I'm like, I hate me, I suck, I'm not doing anything. Even though I know people, it's like, it's just totally a me thing. It's like, I need to work on it, and I want to, but also, maybe I don't want to, I don't know. Why do they all do the same thing to reapply the same? Damn, that bitch just threw things. That shit came out my damn monitor. There's a ladybug on my headphone cord. When all these ladybugs started appearing, I mean, I don't really believe in like karma or luck or anything like that. But I knew ladybugs were a sign of good luck. And I thought, hey, maybe this is a sign this year's gonna be better. But so far this year's been fucking agony, so. Oh. There are 2 ladybugs here. Like, where are y'all coming from? Come on. I made the mistake of being hopeful, is what I'm saying. Ow, did you just bite me? What is this? The birds are, they fucking come at you like a bat out of hell. I don't know, where did that saying even come from? Why are bats from hell? Why are women from Venus? Why are Mars from Jupiter? I don't know the saying. I don't know what I'm doing. No, but like, why are bats, I guess, are they associated with hellish things? I guess. I don't know. That seemed fine to me. They don't seem to be doing nothing wrong. I mean, they did cause the coronavirus. That was a human thing, mostly. The bat wasn't like, hey, I would love for you to eat me. I'm just saying. Can't really blame the bat on that one. Okay. Where did all the dreadnoughts go? I'm sick of these birds permeating my fucking existence. Spermiating. Dreadnought. Yeah. Dreadnought. Ha ha ha. Black Chocobo's also fine. Honestly, out of all the grindy shit I've had to do in this game, this is like the least detestable. Like, I'm not hating this, even still. It's like well guided. There's enough information for you to be able to figure things out yourself, except for new enemies. That's kind of luck based, and I don't love that. Because like if hypothetically you need everything, then it is possible, maybe unlikely, but possible for you to not find something and then you have everything else done, and then you're like, well, what enemy am I missing? But that's also under the pretense that you have to get everything. If there was a way to know, like how the bestiary sorts into, or the fragments sort into location and categories, like types. If they had that, that would be good, because then you could be like, okay, I know I'm missing something in, like, the Vile Peaks. It doesn't have to say what it is, it doesn't have to tell you... I don't know, I just think it's better, that would be better that way. But that's also, again, under the assumption that you have to get everything for the fragment. What the fuck is this? If you don't have to get every single monster for the achievement, then I think it matters less. Or not the achievement, the fragment. Bro, where did the dreadnoughts go? This was my tunnel of dreadnoughting, and now there's a tunnel of dread nutting. Y'all ever dreadnought? That's when you come on the Grim Reaper. Yeah, Black Chocobo, we should. We're like 2 notes off of being done this guy.
Nice timing.
Me and William were watching a video on like super bosses in Final Fantasies, or just hardest super bosses in Final Fantasies, and I don't think any of the ones I've done were in any of the videos, and I was like, ah, no. Actually, no, Ruby Weapon was in one, I think. But Ruby Weapon sucked. That guy sucked. This wasn't that bad. Alright, Black Chocobo's done. I just need Dreadnoughts, and I think we're done here. Fuck you. I'm gonna go to the other side, the higher elevated area, see if we can... find anything. I have that freaking Naruto opening stuck in my head because it popped into my head once I saw that guy Naruto running in circles. Na 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 na. That shit gives me goosebumps. I don't actually know what this song's called, but every time I hear that song. The part where it goes... with, I think, the visual of, like, Naruto being, like, in QB mode. Oof. It hits, brother. It hits my brother. Oh, why is it so delayed? I thought it was alive. Was like, no fucking chance it lived? Still not done, huh? One more note. Alright, one more Dreadnought, we should be good. I don't need you anymore, Black Chunky Monkey. I mean, I guess I don't own one. I could own one. I don't really care to, but I could.
Good work, everyone.
One more Juggernaut for the road, please. Thank God I know the road back home. You're a battered thief in the night. There's another two songs I've been listening to from Dance Gavin Dance, which is The Ghost of Billy Royalton and War Machine. Fucking slappers. Machine, you're a piece of shit that doesn't care. With your blue eyes and blonde hair. Why does he just float? You can fall. It's okay. I hate these birds are adding. They're fucking padding this out so much. Just get the fuck out of here. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Just give me a fucking dreadnought, please. Oh, fuck you, man. Dude. Thank you. I don't like when Sarah calls Saz a good boy. We're all thinking it. I like when Sarah calls me a good boy, but that's not related. Maybe I'm just jealous.
Wake up.
He really takes his time. Ancient Automata. Okay, dreadnoughts are done. I think that's it for here. I think. We'll check again, and then we'll go to Val Peaks 200. I guess this will just be our pattern for now. This is what we're doing today. And this violence is my only vice. Some skin soon, I know. Fuck you. Hope your arteries get clogged, you old bitch. Bye bye. I mean, it just sounds like we're so close. There, let's do a once over of everything. Not you. Ah, ya baba. No. 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 I thought there were way more things. Maybe they're all robots. 73 hours, holy shit. Well, a lot of it was leaving my game open while I did slot machines, so it's not that crazy. I think like 15 hours of it was that, so... No, it's not that. It's not that crazy. Okay, we gotta get this dude. I love his... He's having so much fun. I wish I could have half as much fun as this guy's having. I'm gonna cut him in half a lot. Alright, so... we need the Yang, we need the Vespid, we need... that might be it. Not as many things as I thought there were. Wait, Tempest, are you here? Nope. Definitely got your money's worth. That's fair. I actually know how much I got this for. I bought it so long ago. Okay, maybe there are only like 2 enemies to do. Vile Peaks, 200. And perhaps other enemies that I have yet to find. Whew. I did not think filling out my bestiary would be such a trying... Why is the music sad? This is... I think this is Lightning's theme. Which is a good theme. Dismal Dunescape. AKA my bedroom. I'm depressed. Alright. I don't know, it's so sad here. The weather's thunderous. The music's sad as shit. The enemies have yet to spawn yet. Cowards, face me. Oh wait, we might need the Viking. God, I love watching Saz's hair wiggle around. Fills me with glee. Okay. What was it? A militarized... No, we're done with Viking. So Vespid and the Yang. Gotta do the thing where we hit it with all the debuffs. I do love this song, especially this part right here, because this part goes hard. Dang. I love when video games have like a central like melody or motif in the music. It's beautiful. It just like my favorite, one of my favorite examples of it is Ori and the Blind Forest. I can't remember how it goes, but God, every time I hear it, I get chills. It's so beautiful. And I really hope, I still haven't played the second Ori game, but I hope it's kind of present in the second one as well. I mean, even if it's not, I'm sure the music is all still really good. But man, I love that. Bonus points if it has, like,
No one's hurt, right?
thematic meaning. Like it could, you know, it's cool if it just sounds good, but if it also, like... FF music always goes hard. Oh, for sure. Like, this hasn't been my favorite Final Fantasy, but the music has not dropped the ball. Like, there have been a lot of things about this game that I haven't loved, but the music, out of control still. I am having a stroke. Where am I looking? Okay, Cobalt, Bulblard, Yang. I pronounced that perfectly. It's done. We need 1 Vespid note, and we're done. Okay, well, this will be quick, then. Any Vespids? Hey, yo, where the Vespids at? This one's my favorite of the 3. I prefer... I don't know, I'm gonna replay 13.3 soon, so I can't say yet. I think 13's my favorite, but I'm not 100% sure yet. I haven't played 13.3 in a bit. But it's, I don't know. I think 13 is probably my favorite. Vespid? Vespid moment? You're not a wait, I haven't fought you at all. You're a new guy. Wait, maybe? Are you a new guy? Garuda. No, I fought you. But you're not done. But maybe I have nothing for you. I've definitely not fought you. Another debuff. Oh, I love this song, man. I remember loving Lightning Returns, so I'm stoked to play it again. Why do you refuse to be debuffed, Garuda? Alright, fine. I didn't love the story in this one, but... And there were some parts that were pretty frustrating, but, Oh, that did nothing. I was, like, waiting for, like, some damage to come through, but he sucks. My mistake. I overestimated you, Garuda. Your ass.
Too easy.
New dog unlocked? Alright, so now I gotta worry about you. I assumed you are ancient automata just based on the area we are in. You are not. I don't know who you are. Tilter? I mean, it's not a wyvern, right? I mean, he was a dang robot. I don't know. Where are you at? No, probably not a Seath. I think you'd be able to tell. Are you a Razor Claw? Nope. Something I've started appreciating a lot about this game that oh, you were an Annihilator. Oh, we got it all done. Oh, you drop a Grimoire hat. Okay, if I see another one of them, I will probably kill it then. Because if I can get 2 Grimoire hats, I assume it'll speed this up a little. Oh, don't electrocute me. You're not my dad. I thought Noah was floating. That's a, like, weird perspective thing going on in my brain. The loop here, the loop in the music is a little harsh. Just, like, fades out, and then it's like, alright, here we go again! But, like, still real good.
Too easy.
Oh, perfect. Grimoire head. Alright. Sarah, wear this. Hopefully this will make this whole thing a little quicker. Hopefully. Do you have a problem? Not interested. I think I just need Vespids. I think. That ain't no Vespid I ever seen. Hey yo, any Vespids in the Another Man's Treasure? Any Vespids in the Another Man's Treasure? There's no one here at all, okay. I mean, I guess they just all spawn in this small area. Oh, man. No. Not interested. interested. Sorry. My fingers are cold. What? Who this? Bro, Garuda, leave, dude! God, I keep getting like urges to play so many different games. It is a problem. I really want to play the Final Fantasy VII remake because I still haven't played the first one. And then there's Intergrade, which I can't remember if it's a different game or just a DLC. I think it's a DLC in the first one. And then Rebirth is out. And then I want to play 13.3. And then I want to play Tales of Vesperia because I've just been thinking about it a lot and I really like that game. And I've never 100%ed it before, and I think it'd be really fun. I remember there's like the Giganto monsters, and that was like a whole thing. Those guys were freaks, and I never got to fight all of them, I think. I don't remember. It's been a long time. But then also 100%ing Tales games is kind of a nightmare. Like a fun nightmare, but like, it's a lot. Where the Vespids at? I'm in the right place. Let me, like, be 100% sure that I'm not, like, being dumb right now. Vile Peaks 200, yes. Okay. I want to play all the Devil May Cries. I want to... video games. Vespid? Losers! Vespid says what? That's all. This one always works. This always gets him. Vespid says what? They stopped spawning monsters. Come on, man. Sarah, stop. You're in a committed relationship. No, what, you're following me now? You don't do that. Vespids! There we go. I'm gonna need literally, yeah, one note, so just killing them will be fine. Oh. Alright. All done. I think that was all there was here. I hope. I don't know. We'll go back through it later if we need to. Okay, now let's go back again. See if those last two enemies were enough to convince this guy. Before I do any more bestiary stuff, I do want to try to beat Zenobia with the Paradox Scope on, because I think that's the thing. I think. I hope.
Well, you surprised me.
And you surprised me. You fall short of my work. Yeah, I doubt. You know what? I doubt it. I doubt you've seen half the shit I've seen. He's full. He's lying. There's no way. I've fought intergalactic, dimension-piercing demons. There's no goddamn way. This guy's full of shit, dude. I don't believe him for a second. All right. Wait. I don't have the gate closed for this place. So I cannot refight Zenobia. What? Where is it? I must have just missed it somewhere. Hi. I really was thinking we'd be done around now, but this is, it's taking much longer than I thought it would. But, I mean, I'm not having the worst time. I don't mind too much. Maybe I'll just look it up. I don't want to, like, go try to fight Zenobia and then it, like, isn't a thing. If it's a thing, I'll absolutely do it. Let's see. Final Fantasy Wiki fandom. There doesn't seem to be like a detailed spot for all the stuff in this game. So I kind of just got to go around to different pages and open. I can hope I can piece it together. I do love this song though. Dude, Caius' theme goes so in. Where am I right now? Academia 400. Academia 400. Gate. Close. Seal. Seal, that's the word. It's gate seal. Airba 300. Go to the big tree and move to the... There's a bouncing treasure room in the left. Okay. Not all that surprised I missed that then. Yeah, this game definitely has kind of, I don't know, some of the secrets I don't love. Or like the way things are hidden. Don't love it. I think it'd be one thing if it was like... I don't know, it'd be nice if it was like, you know, there's some like compendium of like that said like, you know, you have like 2 out of 3 treasure spheres here or something. Like just to give you some push. Cause like there's no like I have all the fragments here. As far as I'm concerned, I'm done in this area. I have no reason to come back here and look for... No, one sec. I gotta turn the enemy spawning lower for a second. Especially in this foggy-ass, orange-ass... Can't see a damn thing. One second. Where is this? You should never have to seal 400 AF. Does that mean you don't? What? What? Go to the big tree and move next to the mailbox close by. There is a bouncing treasure cube on the ledge of a nearby house. Can be seen from your... Okay, so big tree next to a mailbox. Big tree. Mailbox. Bouncing sphere cube. This I can't see anything here. Ooh. Sir, oh, okay. Pardon me. Is there another mailbox, perhaps? No, maybe not. Wish there was a picture. Go to the big tree and move next to the mailbox. There is a bouncing treasure cube on a ledge of a nearby house. What the... I mean, if I don't have it, I'm gonna be real confused. Wait, hold up. This is for 400. Not 400, 4XX, right? Yes. I feel like it's on my screen and I can't see it. That ledge? Oh, I see it. I see it. Enemy spotted. See, like, I hate this is such a... I don't like this. This is not a desirable secret. I don't like that. Ugh, whatever. Just one of those games that's like, usually I don't like looking stuff up, but... Eh. Okay, so now, close this. Now we're gonna run through Academia 400 again, and I think beating Zenobia the Butcher with the Paradox Scope should do something, I hope. Though I already have all the Paradox endings, so maybe I'm making this up. I could be wrong as shit.
The power.
No. But, I don't know.
Who did this?
Me. What are you gonna do about it?
Only Fal'Cie have this power.
You okay? Chin up. Get serious. Do it. We gotta stop it.
Right, we just gotta, I don't know what I'm thinking about. We just gotta go through the area normally.
Okay? Good call. Serious.
4 XP? Is it my birth?
Doesn't look like we can run against it.
Wrong.
Change the direction. I'm sure there's a switch.
I can run against anything I goddamn desire. Oh, my mama might be breathing.
I don't think it is a who. This is all the work of machines.
Ew.
We don't go down easy.
They suck! Well, I got... That wasn't fast enough, apparently. I mean, literally, how do you want me to do that anyway? I guess I could have not waited for the second one to charge. I don't... Impossible. Those ones were 50 seconds?
They're
I
taking
don't
up
know.
position in front of the wall. Sorry, chin up.
Nola's Trump supporter energy, is that fair to say?
We don't go down easy.
That guy must have been the gatekeeper, huh?
Guess so. Now we know how to get past the rest of these barricades.
Wait, are you... I think I might need to fight this guy for... Yeah, Fencer. Let's do the debuff thing. Just give him any debuffs you can, just to mark them off. And then make him die. So we can also do this while we're here. Get the good old Fencer. Will you just spawn? Or do I have to reload for you? Will anything just spawn here? Or is it all preset enemies? Are you Fencer? Fencer, my man! Fence me! I gotta do it from the other side.
We don't go down easy.
Doesn't even make sense. I guess it's so you can't open it from the wrong side? Alright, well, I guess I'll go around and get him. Okay. When keep my damn guard up. Were you talking to them? I must attack the fencer, he who fences. Esteb? Yay. I've always wanted to have fence. I really don't want to have to like reload this area to fight those two guys. But I don't, it doesn't look like they're
Why are they
going
only
to
coming
spawn.
after us?
This is a trap. Someone started this chaos just for our benefit.
Who would do?
Who would do?
You okay?
Lockdown status lifted.
I think it's all just the other, yeah, I don't care about the dudes up here. Alright, well if I end up needing Fencer, I'll know what to do.
Get going.
Oh. That can stop.
Space-time stability at risk.
That's not gonna stop. Alright.
Why? Why would you do that? Sorry, buddy.
Sorry, Bubby. I really hope Zenobia there's an actual fight I need to do and I'm not just wasting time. This is
People. This is happening.
quite a
because of
walk.
us.
And we're the only ones who can save us. We can't stop now.
You just threw a freaking blood clot at my ass? Oh, ow! My tailbone's been hurting a lot lately, and I would love it to not be the case. Okay. I'm about to tax his ass.
Buddy.
This is what happens if you don't pay your damn taxes.
Caius, we gotta make him talk.
Take it easy.
Just Someone just tell me to take it easy? Was that a demon? Was that in the game? That felt like it was in my own brain. I heard take it easy. Was that my guardian angel? Just kidding. I mean, at this point, it seems pretty clear I don't have one of those. That's not what I meant to do. It worked out. Oh, grow up with your dodging ass.
Thought it'd be harder.
We don't hit buttons. Don't got time to hit buttons.
Now he's over there.
What the hell?
What's his deal?
What the hell?
Leading me on or just toying with me? You okay? Try this.
Thanks, buddy.
Don't.
We don't go down easy.
Saz does. Which way? I think we go around.
Where are you going, Caius? Stand and fight me!
Don't let him get you.
No, he's only mass killing people. Don't let that get to you. You're only watching a city full of people fall to ribbons in front of your very eyes. And it's happening because you're here. Don't let that get to you. No, you can't let that kind of thing get to you.
You just run into another.
Oh, another fencer. Let's go. Enough of the murdering me. Oh, grow up! Who decided these little fuckers should be able to dodge?
I'm willing to take that risk. We need to find out what he's up
Alright, done. Cool. Well, even if Zonobia isn't a thing, I guess I'm done. Let me make sure this is actually on.
We're getting closer to the gate.
No, we're not. Why is she lying? Boom! Cockitus. Cockitus. Paradox, go back. Wait, no, who are you? You're not who I was expecting. Paradox, go back. Nope, this is a complete waste of time. Okay. Well, no, we got the fencer. It wasn't a complete waste of time. I guess I just made that. I thought beating this dude with the Paradise Soap was a thing. I guess I just made that up. I mean, I don't have to keep doing this, but like, I've decided I'm going to because I love mutilating a boss. I mean, who doesn't? Also, the music. I mean, he's much taller than I remember. Alright, DD. Ooh. Let it coursing through my vein. Alright, well. Didn't need to do that, but it also didn't take that long.
The gate is
Shut up, Mog. Could have sworn that was a thing. Guess not. But at least we got one enemy done. It wasn't a complete waste. Maybe that's the one guy I needed. Do it, do it, do it.
This is a significant amount of data. You surprised?
You surprised? Okay. Still not done. Guess we can also, I mean, I guess I've only gotten one fragment since I last checked, but I guess we can check see if there's any other fragment skills. Because I feel like every one we get from here has got to be something, because there's only like 3 or 4 left. Ba, 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 ba. I forgot what I'm doing. Oh, dude, you know what I should have done?
greetings and what can I do?
With all the... I ended up with 30k, thingies. Okay, I'll get that. But also, I'm gonna spend the rest on some Libra scopes. Maybe not all of it. Just in... I don't think I'll need anything else, but just in case.
Thank you.
I did not realize I could just come here and buy Sarah's weapon. It shouldn't be a massive... I mean, I think I'll still get good use out of the few Libra scopes, because that's... Everything in the fight gets fully revealed, so if we find a new enemy, we can just do that quick. Just to save some time. The distortion. I was just thinking the distortion. I really was. You're not gonna believe me, but I was thinking that. Alright, that's all done. I can stop checking that. I think let's do... do Academia 500. There's a lot of things. I've also noticed a few things in Brescia 5. I just really wish it said, like if there was just, like, question marks, if there was just, like, something there that I just haven't uncovered. New Bottom 3 and 5. Brescia Ruins 100. I think Brescia Ruins... No, Yassa's Massif and Brescia Ruins 100 seem to have a lot of stuff. Okay. Would it be easier if I wrote this down? Maybe let's just do that. Alright, one second. Let me grab my book. My game book. God, my room is so disorganized right now. Ugh. And this will just make it so I can go through it a little less often. I'll use this page since I didn't fill this one out yet. Alright, let's do this. F. This needs to be sharpened. F. Where did my pencil sharpener go? I literally just put it in the dresser, in the drawer. Alright. Final Fantasy 13-2 Bestiary. Alright. So Rift Beast, we're done all these. So we'll do feral. We'll do an F for feral creature, and then we'll do. Actually, no. Will I? Maybe. Might be make it faster. Actually, let's do. Yeah, I got it. I got it. I know what I'm doing. I got it. All right. Arc Light Step. Maybe for chocobos I'll use the... If, like a chocobo I'm not close to having done. Alright, so we'll do Feral Creature, and then Beast, and then Silver Lobo. And then... do another one for Academia 500. And that'll be F for Feral Creature, B for Beast, and then the name, which is Managamgarmer. And then Albino Lobo is Brescia Ruins 5, which is a Feral Beast. And then I can just do them all at once. Alright, so Erba 300. So that would be Feral, and then T for Terraquatic, and then the Brescian base, which... Brescian base! Bass. Brescian Bass should be in Brescia Ruins. I'm just gonna throw that out there. And then Mudfrog, you are a Feral, Terraquatic. Might not have given myself enough space. Damasco Toad, new. Bodhum 3. Tabasco Toad. Pitter patter. Yassa's Massif. Hopefully this will make it faster. It just didn't take me a second to get it all written down. What are you? A spook? And these are done. Stalker, you're in... You know, it's just 100, so let's... Clematis. It's like Clamato, but it's trying to kill you. Powder Chip Illart. Wait. Whoop. You're not done. Honglu's done. Flames are done. Reaver. Arclight Step. So I guess anything like rarish will use the... We'll use the, Libra scopes on. Sorry. Alright, so the Sunlit Water. I did not give myself enough space. I'm already running out of... between the, like, names of the places, I did not leave enough space, but it's fine. Awareness. That'll be a feral creature. A Shahagin. And then there's another one here, which is the Prince. I mean, a lot of these things are close at least. And then the Ochus and the Arclight Step. Cactars are done. Tomberry, I mean, it's in Bresh at 300, but, like, it seems super rare. This is one that I should use the Libra scope on, because it seems to not spawn that often. Oh, no, I shouldn't, because we need literally just its rare drop. Arclight Step. Yeah, there's still a lot of things to get here. God, I did not give myself enough space. You know what? Let me move this. It's all part of the process. All part of the process. Who this? Potcat. Are you both? No, you're in... Got in there. I wrote Pupple Chunk. I'm very bad at writing small. Okay, so all the chocobos. Which any of these that have a lot of stuff left over, I'll just Librascope because blue, red, green, regular, blue, red, green, and the purple's in a different place. I'll Librascope these because they are fairly elusive. Proto-Behemoth is in Academia. Okay. New Bodum 3. You are Ancient Automata. Pulsework Soldier. Pulsework Soldier. And then Pulsework Knight is in Brush Ruins 5. Laying it all out like this is making me realize, wow, there's a lot more than I thought there would be. So it'll be Ancient Automata, and then Centurion, and then the Blade. I'm hoping I don't have to do that, but maybe a Brush Ruins 100. I haven't even written that down yet anywhere. Russia 100. Tempest. Almost done. Almost done. And then we can just start knocking them out. And then Armament, we're done. And Seath, we're all done with the Seath. Okay, that's it. Okay. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different places to go to. But a lot of things, like a lot of very quick places. So let's start with the... We'll do Arclight Step last because it's going to be spread all over the place. So let's start with New Bodum 3, which has the Tabasco Toad. Who the hell were those people running in that little preview? I did not look like... Not humans I'm aware of. This is a lot. Then after every place we finish, we'll just give it a look. Okay, wait, let's turn the monster spawning back up. And mass genocide these MFers. I think this guy's done. Hold up, are you done? Yeah, you're done. Leave. Wow, Gargana Snob. I love Gargana Snobber. I heard a chocobo and I had the gall to be excited about something. I mean, even if it was a chocobo, it's not anything to be excited about. Who it is? Frog! Little frog and big frog. Alright, there's Tabasco Toad. Who is this? I don't know who you are.
Wish they were all that easy.
Was that a new enemy? So that would be feral creature and then Terraquatic. Yeah, we're done with it. Okay, so just the Tabasco Toad. I mean, I could just use a Libra Scope, but it just feels probably not necessary. We will do the... I mean, if the debuffs don't kill it anyway. They killed it. Okay. Okay. But probably faster to murder a bunch of them instead of trying to, like, min-max the debuffs. Come on, toad me. Ugh. The annoying thing is this thing's fast, so it's like, I can't even get rid of it quick. Oh my god. Already upset with this creature. You are not a Tabasco Toad! I'm pissed! Please. No. Stop. Sweet simple Christ. Maybe near the water? Maybe near the water. There's logic there. Water? Toad? Their favorite drink?
I could have handled that alone.
Okay. What do you think? You're cool for that? Oh, my sweet simple crust. Well, I can't jump at least. Maybe that'll let us... Yeah, maybe this is the best spot, because then it can't follow us, so we can just jump back over quick. Oh, a robot. I need the robot as well. Can alter own form. Wowie zowie. Okay, we should need to get like one or two of those and we should be good. Oh, I'm surrounded. I don't think any of these are Tabasco Toads. They're little losers.
You okay?
I can count on you.
Wish they were all that easy.
Who is this? X-Ray? This is just a new guy. I don't think I've seen him. I'm pretty sure I don't think he was in there. Oh my god, okay. Now I gotta do this unremarkable. It's so mean. Okay. Alright, another new creature, that's fine. If the toad ain't Tabasco, leave me alone. Big!
Let's change it up. You got him?
Alright. Yes, I got Tabasco the Toad. What a beautiful day! Camp showed him run into the ocean? Oh my! Lit his ass up. I'm just like wondering if it's worth it to just... That's not what I meant to do. I'm sorry. To just use the damn Libra scope. I mean, truly, who's got the time? What? Just, there you go. Damn, Sarah? Alright, that's one thing done. It was the thing that we didn't know existed till we got here, but it is done. Liar. It's a guys with machine guns kicking the Christ out of a bug. This is what it's like when worlds collide. You can run, but you can't hide when worlds collide.
I could have handled that alone.
Alright. Just need the Tabasco Toad, and we should be good here. That should be good. Or maybe we've already done them. Summon? No! Summons a behemoth. I mean, obviously that wouldn't be that substantial now, but you imagine if you just saw him for the first, like, you know, you just saw him, it's your first fight in the damn game. That's the joke. Tabasco Toad done. Beautiful. Which means we should be done with New Bodom unless there's other things here. Good start. Okay, let's do... No! Fuck! I'll wait 4 days for this to reopen. Alright, every time we'll just give it a check, see if he's impressed with my Tabasco Toad. If not, we'll keep it going.
Oh well. Listen, you surprise me.
Okay. Okay. Let's go Airba 300. They're just the Brescian Bass. And then we'll do Airba 400 for the Forked Cat. Though I feel like it's very likely there are enemies here that I just haven't seen. I feel like I didn't spend a ton of time here. I was just doing a lot of puzzles. Definitely got that guy done. That's the Pink Lily dude. What do you think the girl that played Lily in Hannah Montana is doing? Oh, she's doing good. That's it. That's all I have to say. I don't know who that is, but I hope she's having a. I hope she's doing excellent. Yeah, we don't need to Libra scope this. That would just blow them all up and it would be good. No, my ability to press buttons is waning. Already done. Easy peasy. I think let's run around here just a little, just to make sure. Oh, they're just taxums. Is the best about what? Hold up, what is that? There's something out there. I can now take it slow, then chillin'. What's the words? Let it all together, and you know that it's the best of both worlds. Wait. How do I even get out to that item? Huh? There's like several things out there. Wait, what the? Maybe you can walk in from up here? No. What? How did we get over there? I wanted to just fight these just because I wasn't 100% sure they're taxums. I'm pretty sure we're done. I imagine we gotta be done with these as well, but doesn't hurt to be sure. Yeah, for sure. Okay. I see these items. I don't see how to get these items. Huh. Turn this off for a sec. And there's no way, even if I could throw Mog at them, they're invisible.
Over there, Mog.
I swear I remember there being a thing. What?
There you go.
A piece of succulent fruit? A mouth-wateringly tart and juicy fruit. Okay. I swear I remember there being something where you could throw Mog and then he would also do the reveal item thing. But oh, that's so far out, and I don't even think I can get down there? Huh. Interesting. Yeah, like I can't go over there. Interesting.
Over there, Mog.
No good, Kubo.
Oh wait, do item boxes stay in the same places in... I can't remember. Let's go to 400. Maybe they're just there. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Hey, don't ever bring me down. Well, that's who I needed. Wait, hold up. No, it's not. I thought you were... Well, no, I was thinking of Tempest, which is in a different place. You are not who I need.
Good work, everyone.
Well, I got grenade. That's dumb. I don't know, are they even up there? I can't tell. They're definitely not as easy to see, but maybe they are out there.
That wasn't even a warm-up.
I don't see anything. Oh no, wait, no, they're there. At least I saw at least one thing anyway. Who this? Do I need you? Who are you? Zognal? This is a certified Zognal moment. We got Zognal. Hold up. I need you. The cat must die.
Nice timing. Good work, everyone.
Okay. Literally one more of those, it should be good. Let's figure out what these items are. I mean, I'm doubtful they're going to be anything useful, but perhaps it's the ultimate key that unlocks everything and ends the game, and we're done. You never know.
Is that it?
It could be something important, I don't know.
Over there, Mom.
But there are two things out here. Oh yeah, there it is. Nope. They're useless. Well, still. At the very least, it gives us some peace of mind that it wasn't anything important. Nope. Well, I needed to fight them. Well, whatever. A wild chorus. Strength weapon. I want a strength plus 35% weapon. What the hell? Alright, one more cat. Should be good here. I do love how much more fluid the combat feels in this one compared to 13. I just wish it hit the same depth of, like, difficulty. Alright, Forked Cat is forking dead. Let me check again. One day he'll be impressed with me. He made it sound like we were so close to done. Turns out, literally hours of effort for being done.
This is a significant new surprise.
Alright. Let's go Brescia Ruins 5. We need Albino Lobo and the Pulsework Knight. And then we'll go to Brescia 100 and Brescia 300. We'll just do all the Brescias.
Found the capsule in the ruins.
Yep. Howdy time! Watch out, fucker, it's howdy time! I need one adamantite and I can make Sarah's weapon. I need Grashita and Romulus and Remus. Literally no idea what that means.
If you ever need it.
No. I assume the Pulsework Knights are probably in the sewer? They just seem like the type, you know? Who the hell is this? This is definitely new. Svarog? Oh, whatever. Get Libra scoped. Alright. I mean, any new creatures are also good. I mean, it could be that you don't even need to fill out every single creature's details. It might just be that you need to see every creature at least once. I don't actually know for sure, but maybe. Are you the guy I'm looking for? No, you're Hoplites. Yeah, you're not who I desire.
Is that it?
We learned that all these were once normal.
Okay. Might be on the other side. I didn't spend that much time there, and I think there were different enemies there.
You handled that thief in the ruins.
Cat. I don't know why I'm fighting the cat. There's no way I'm not done with the cat. You're in the wrong game.
That wasn't
I wonder if Kate Sith in the Final Fantasy VII remake is not deplorable garbage. Like, he was literally irredeemable. He was so lame. He was just an ass. And just betrayed us, and everyone was like, it's fine. I'm sure I hope they tell his story better. Also, Yuffie was kind of, like, she was cool. Actually, no, she wasn't. She sucked. All she did was rob you. And then everyone was like, okay, fine. Even though you're a thief and you keep stealing from us, you can hang out with us. Almost done. Alright, I need to find out where the albino lobo do lo yo. Oh. Bro.
You want some advice? Look for monsters' weaknesses.
Wow. How profound. Want some advice? Killing things with the thing they like the least makes them easier to kill. It's a simple mathematics.
The reports say you handled that thief in the ruins.
Beef in the bones? Warp. Any albinos want to squabble?
Has been messing with our supplies.
Yo, any albinos want to fight?
That toy is
Look enough at the toy comments. I'm not a toy, Kaboo. Uh-oh.
think our Mog is getting talkative.
That was unexpected. I didn't expect Mog to speak in a dialogue. This is very jar. Oh my god. Oh my god. Just kind of wondering if anyone has anything worthwhile.
Atlas anyway.
Your mom, dude. It's just mom, man.
From now on, I'm just glad that no one.
From now on, I'm just glad that no one. Couldn't have said it better myself.
We're all one big. I have to tell you though. Now the things.
Oh, the trial is definitely written by my
Ever since those gates appeared, all the clocks and compasses have gone haywire.
That's crazy. Also makes no sense. Like, time's actually stopped, or the clocks... I mean, that doesn't make any sense, right? Because clocks and, like, compasses are, like... I mean, I guess if they're digital... Wait, does that... Maybe that also doesn't make sense. Like, if it was just affecting electronics, that would make sense. But if it was specifically affecting things that tell time, that doesn't make sense because time is a man-made construct. It's not like an actual thing. I mean, things just happen. Time is like a... We just called it time. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
Is that it?
Time is just our way of quantifying what is actually just like life moving as it doving. Where the hell is this albino lobo at?
No, over.
Shut up, I wasn't talking to you. Unless you know where an albino lobo is. Who this? This guy is really insistent. But okay, then I guess die? Like a... Wait, are you different? No, you're the same guy. Okay. There you go. You got your fight. dumbass. Oh, there you go. Oh, they're little. Yeah, I'll just use the Libra scope. Alright, that should be that place done, or this place rather. Albino Lobo, and then let's go to... That's just the other Brescia ruins. Alright, 100, we just need to find the Tempest Bomb. Which is not as cool as it sounds. Controller wires all tangled up with itself. I have no idea where I am. I'm just gonna assume it's in the ruins.
I wish I could help you out, but I don't have any jobs for you right now. Sorry.
That's epic. What the fuck? Who is this? Oh, Don Tom! New Tomberry just dropped? Alright. Oh, his eyes are gross. The way they're sticking out of his head are freaking me out, man. You are not debuffable at all. He's actually harming me physically. That's interesting. Vengeance is nigh. Oh, that's it? I thought you were gonna do something cool. Wait, who am I? Ah, shit! I could have killed it, but I thought I was Noel. What is this you're doing? Stop that. He's pissed. He's fumigating. I think that's definitely what that means. He's real mad.
Too easy.
We got the Dawnberry. Oh! That was the achievement. Cool. Befriended most unfriendly monster was the Dawn Tonberry. Cool. Well, that worked out. I had no idea who that was, what that was pertaining to, so that worked out very nicely. Cool. Does that mean he's good? He fucking sucks ass. Last boss. Inflicts poison on self during battle. They really said he's good. He even gets an achievement. Look how good he is. And then he's actually dick salad. Come on. He could just be good. You alright? Alright. What are we looking for again? A Tempest. I mean, I assume this is... I mean, I guess... I'm pretty sure it's just gonna be another one, but let's be 100% sure. Like, did I just roll a bad one? Can I get one that doesn't have perpetual poison? Also, I'm not gonna fight you. I have no reason to. But... I don't know. No, I don't want to fight you. I did come. Do you have anything that's useful ever? No. You don't.
You'll come and see.
Yes, I'll come. Stop asking. Mama. Yeah, good luck with that, buddy. Hello? Just making sure we're on more enemies. Come on! Are you who I'm looking for? Tempest? Correct. Need one more piece of info, so we should just... that should just be good. Cool. Alright. Alright, now let's go to Brescia 300. We gotta do the regular Tomberry and the purple chunky Bobo. Good lord. Golly. This is quite an undertaking. And again, I'm pretty okay with it. I'm not having a bad time. So we need the purple Chocobo and the Tomberry. I know the purple Chocobo is around here. Though I don't know if it's area specific. But this is the place I saw it, so this is where I'm going to hang out. Hello? Alright. Hello? 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 Anybody? Alright. Okay, who it is? No, wait, no. I was like, Buckaboo Ace! That's not Buckaboo Ace, that's Munchkin Ace. Maestro, actually. My mistake.
Too easy.
Agreeable grunt. Alright, let's just look for the Tomberry. I found him. Pretty sure we don't need to Librascope you. We're like one piece of info from being done with this guy. Oh, you are much less staggerable. Let's let Saz buff us up. Revenge. What is this guy? Shadow the damn Hedgehog? Am I right? He's always talking about revenge from Maria. Whatever, man. No one cares, dude. You would just drive the stagger up a little bit just to assume it'll be a little faster. Why does it seem like this one's harder than the other one? I mean, not being able to stagger, this one is like a mild inconvenience. But it's like more inconvenient than anything I had to worry about with the other one. I guess you have to be fast on the other one, or he'll just... I mean, if you were weaker, he would probably just, like, tear you apart with his constant stabbing. His stagger bar is not going up. I love that for me. That's not what I wanted.
Try this. It's not feeling great.
Actually, Libra Scope just so I didn't have to potentially do that again. All done. Alright, just need to get the purple chocobo. Guess we just gotta hope it appears. Seems to be like a no monster spawning zone, like right here. Or maybe not. I thought there was like a hard cutoff point, but maybe I was imagining things. I don't like these guys just grunting in unison. Group grunting starts at grunth. I couldn't think of a time that started with G. Because there are none. How fucked up is that? I wish there were more monsters like this, where they, like, terrifying paradox beasts that appear and you're like, oh my god. I think, like, it seems like they only did that 2 times with Tonberry and Duntonberry. I wish they did that more. I would like more freakazoids. Oh, yeah, oh, oh. This damn chocobo. Anything over here? A lamentable rest. Nice. Ugh. God damn. Bird. Alright, hold up. We only need his rare drop, so we should just be able to kill him. My door was open. Apparently my door's been open. Which is fine, but I think my brother's going to bed. And he's got work in the morning. Alright, was that all we need for the purple chocobo? Yes, sir. Alright, so that's all the Brusharoo and stuff done, barring anything I don't know exists. Let's do another check. I mean, I'm just assuming at this point it's gotta, like, everything has gotta be done.
Well, well, you surprise me.
So we gotta get something that stun locks this dude's ass. One second, let me check. Categories. Academic reward. An affectionate message and fate's recollection. As we should look at location. So, New Bodham, year unknown. Which one is that? Is it this one? But there's only one fragment here. So is there a... So I must have missed something in like a chain of events. I guess? It's like somewhere I can't revisit, but I have to like redo something. So it must be like something like this, where it like doesn't show up? Or no, it does show up. I don't know, where would that be? Wait, okay, wait, hold on, we gotta figure this out. So there's... Seems like there's either a puzzle somewhere I'm completely oblivious to, or... maybe just an item? So this must be like something from Vanille something. New Bodham, year unknown. But it's somewhere I can't see all the time. Look where the last fragments. I've been mostly doing bestiary stuff for today, but then I just like had a thought that's like, what am I missing? Should I do that first? Okay, so this is gonna be in like a chain of events that takes you to the void beyond. And you only visit it once. I'm doing... I don't know. It's been a really rough, really rough set of weeks. But, at this moment, I am enjoying playing some Final Fantasy and disconnecting from it all a bit. How you doing? So there's the Bestiary, this one that's like hidden, and then there's one in Ereba. Which I feel like, if I had to guess, I would bet that the one in Ereba only appear, like if this has something to do with Vanille, I would bet that this has to be obtained for the one in Erba to appear. But that's just a guess. I'm glad you're good. Glad to hear it. I don't know if that is the way it works, but that's my guess. Okay, so now I gotta think. I smell what you're cooking there. I mean, hopefully that's the right thing, but I don't know. That's just the only line of logic. Cause like I spent so much time looking in Erba and I couldn't find anything. And I know sometimes certain things make other things appear. The only place I can think of is when... I'm trying to think of when you go to the Void Beyond. There's 2 times. I feel like one is just a story beat, and then you're in and out. And the only time you're there for a sustained amount of time... is when you get... tricked by Alyssa's dumb ass. So that's the only place I could think to look, unless I'm completely blanking. The Void Beyond Year Unknown Fragments. I mean, there's something here. But is this also... I mean, it says there's no fragments. Year Unknown. The problem is, Year Unknown could be, like, multiple different places.
Sarah's strength of will is greater than cotton.
Right. I already forgot. It was not New Bodum. A Year Unknown. Or my brain. What was it? No, it wasn't New Bodum. Okay, so I'm thinking... it must be when Sarah gets trapped in the dream and you're running around. There must be something there. And I just missed it. Because I think that's where I got the Fang's Crown one. So that means we need to close the gate on this. And then redo this part. Which we've done like 5 times now, but it's fine. It's pretty quick. And then when we get to the part where we... yeah, right, because when I was there last, I just rushed in and then went to Lightning and got through it really quick. So there's probably something there. That must be what it is. That's the only thing that makes sense. If it's not in a specified area. Because I can't think of any other time you're in the Void Beyond and not just like there for like a split second and then you're like out.
After all said and done, you handled the Proto-Foul Sea pretty well.
You'll be fine.
What did you do to it anyway?
I sort of have an idea.
That's the plan. I hope it works out, because if not, I might have to look it up, because I have no idea where I would even consider looking at that point. But I'm holding off on Googling this until things become, like, prevalent to me continuing in any capacity. So we'll see. I hate the cars in the future. They're so penis. That's so penis. It's a car that I can see. God, I want so badly for everybody to just fly over the edge after Mog. Please. Talk to Hope. I don't know who that is.
Defining classifications for paradox creatures is an exercise in frustration.
Your mom is an exercise in being a bitch.
I hear you can do. I'm magical. I can even prove.
She can even prove. don't know why I look at your shop like I'm gonna find something I give a sliver of a shit about. Goodbye. Hello, Hump. How are you, Hump? Okay. 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 Here, Alyssa, eat this. Here, Alyssa, eat this. Here, Alyssa, eat this. Here, Alyssa. Shut up. Here, Alyssa, eat this. No, you've brought. Skip. Goodbye. God, I really hope this is right. This is like the 40th time I've done this. I'm still annoyed that they never explained why Alyssa teamed up with Gaius. I'm not a trophy hunter, but sometimes I want a platinum game, but how am I supposed to figure out hidden trophies in games? Dude, that's a big problem I always come up against 100% in games, is it's sometimes hidden trophies are just stupid. The example that always comes to mind is in it makes me I think I always think of Cuphead, where there's an achievement for beating a airplane level with only being the small airplane, and I'm like, why is that hidden? Why would anyone do that unprompted? Just let people know that's a challenge they can go for. Like, I'm of the strong opinion that an achievement should not be hidden unless it is for the main story. Like, if you beat the story, you should have every hidden achievement. Or if it's something you'll do inevitably and you don't want it to be a spoiler. But if it's just like something challenging, it doesn't need to be hidden. The challenge is doing it. The challenge doesn't need to be finding this esoteric thing to do. I hate it. Which is why I'm glad when Steam updated their UI, they made it so you could just uncover hidden achievements. And it's also why I'm a little less... I'm a little more lenient, rather, when it comes to looking stuff up. Because sometimes the hidden achievements are just... bad.
Come on, Mog. What's wrong with you?
They did, yeah. So, yeah, I think now if you... Well, I don't have any hidden achievements to look at, but if you look at a hidden achievement, and then I think if you're in global achievements, if it's hidden, you can click on it and it'll show you. Sometimes it doesn't matter because the description will still be something like, oh, you did the silly, funny, silly Billy thing. And then it's like, okay, that still means nothing. But, yeah.
How do I get out of here?
I don't know, I don't know, I'm always just like, I don't know. Like, in Baldur's Gate, they did something I like, which is like, oh, I gotta lower the enemies. They have like, you know, they have an achievement that's like, defeat the toll collector without the toll collector using a certain move on you. And it's like, and I'm like, and it's not hidden, and I'm like, that's good. Because, like, you don't, if you read that achievement, you're not like, oh, the toll collector, spoilers, spoilers. You're like, who the hell's the toll collector? And then you meet them and you're like, oh. Like, it's not a spoiler. I mean, you spoil a name, I guess, but even then, it doesn't really tell you, like, anything about them other than they are a toll collector. It doesn't tell you that the toll collector in Baldur's Gate 3 is, I mean, I won't spoil what they actually are, but the MF are weird, to be sure. Ice. Anyway, that's my ramble. I've always wanted to make a video about what makes an achievement, or what makes a game fun to 100%, and kind of dissect that. I just never got around to it because my mental health is erratic as shit. But just like talking about, like, you know, how to make achievements that complement your game. I've been playing a lot of Halls of Torment, and they do an amazing job of making achievements that complement their game. Because they have, like, you know, their normal progression stuff, beat a certain amount of enemies with a certain weapon, etc., you know, beat certain bosses, stuff like that. But then they have, like, really cool stuff where they're, like, the one I was doing, I have the Paradox scope on, I turned that off. They had, an achievement I was going for yesterday was, to do, like, 20 million damage with the Spirit Warrior's dash ability, and the Spirit Warrior only uses his dash when you get too far away from him. So I did this weird-ass build where I just built, like, a shit ton of movement speed and was just sprinting around really fast, letting my Spirit Warrior, like, just blow everybody up. And they have, like, a ton of achievements like that that really complement the game, but, like, and make you think outside the box, and it's really cool. And it's something I really love when games do.
This should do it.
I think it's awesome. Yeah, chain break. Cool, Caius. Can you die? More like Dias. Is that a Diablo type game? Halls of Torment is the... It's like a mix of the Diablo 1 aesthetic and like art style with like Vampire Survivors type gameplay. But with like its own cool things. Like it's not just like a copy paste Vampire Survivors. It's got like a lot of its own really cool stuff. Something I really like that because I'm just rambling now. Something that I really appreciate that Vampire Survivors kind of does but not really is the boss fights in Halls of Torment, like, they have mechanics. And you're actually, like, you know, you have to like, position and maneuver. Like, when you're fighting a big bad in Vampire Survivors, you like, even if you're, like, a whirling dervish in a Halls of Torment run, you still gotta, like, position properly, or they'll just fuck you. Like, you gotta, like, actually, like, play properly. And I think that's one of the biggest things that I love that Halls of Torment does over Vampire Survivors. But it's also just, like, really fun. And I've been having a lot of... It's been a great game for when, like, you know, with my mental health stuff. Just, like, putting on a YouTube video and just, like, doing weird runs and having a good time. And just watching something. I think I have, like, 3 achievements left. It's a great game. Highly recommend. And it's not even out yet. I think it's still early access, and they still are like pumping out like great stuff. One achievement I'm struggling with is like in the 5th level, which is the newest level they added. You have to kill like 17,000 enemies in one run, and I do not like. I've had some killer runs where like no deaths front to back with like melting guys. And I still can't get close to 17,000 enemies, and I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but that's kind of also part of the fun, is like, I'm enjoying figuring that stuff out. Okay, so I assume the thing I need is somewhere, probably on the way. Shut up, child. I guess we can just open up this whole area before we start looking around.
Could I have dreamed everything that happened up until now? Not very likely. Everyone is acting kind of strange.
There must be something here. Somewhere. Oh, the music kind of reminded me of like the dream sequences in Celeste. Just like a little unsettling.
A dream world? Am I trapped? Am I the only one here?
Just a potion, just making sure.
Is lightning here somewhere? Maybe snow?
I mean, maybe you just saw snow in the last cutscene. Am I misremembering this?
Lightning, please. Help me.
Stop having an existential crisis. I'm trying to find items. I'm stoked for... I mean, I keep talking about it, but I'm really excited to 100% their new Final Fantasy VII. I mean, not Rebirth, but the first one, because I haven't even played it yet. Because apparently the super boss in that one is tough. And I'm like, fuck yeah. I'm super down. I don't know who this character is. Love it. Lightning is showing me a world host. Should I quit the journey and stay with her? Nah, I don't know. Seems a little weird. Okay, so I think this part is when I need to start looking around.
Who was that?
I hope.
And why is she trying to help me?
Talking about the ruby weapon? No. I already 100%ed the original Final Fantasy VII, and I did beat Ruby and Emerald Weapon, which was fun. Especially Emerald Weapon. I had a lot of fun figuring that one out. But I'm talking about the remake, which I have yet to play. Because there's like a battle simulator where you can fight like really tough bosses. And I think with the Integrate DLC, they added Weiss, which apparently is like... I mean, apparently the bosses in that are also just tough in general, but I've heard the Weiss fight is crazy. Well, from the video I watched a video on super bosses in Final Fantasy, and I'm like, yeah, I'm stoked. Let's be thorough so I don't have to potentially come back through her again.
Somebody is helping me, but no one's here.
I still hate this part of the story, but I won't complain again. Doesn't make sense, is all. Hello, Bugs. You are so little!
Keep going.
No. Leave me alone, Bugs.
That voice. I'm sure I've heard it before.
Unlikely. I'm worried that I'm gonna walk too far and they'll take me out of this area or something. Okay.
I really need to...
Oh, you don't have a special store. Okay. I guess that makes sense. Probably would be pretty weird if she sold special things here that you could rarely... I mean, you could get back to here to buy them, but, like, not in a, like, good way. Would be kind of annoying. Oh, I can use Mog. Okay. Maybe a sign there's something. This music is too emotional. This is not hardcore 100%ing a damn video game music. I also saw some of the super bosses in Final Fantasy X are pretty funked up. I'm pretty stoked for that.
You can do it.
Too many video games. The problem with loving RPGs is that they're all 400 years long. Truly a first world problem to an epic stroke. Like, if I just completed the story, this would be no problem. I don't know, I'm thinking maybe it's in the center area?
Where's the gate? There's nothing left.
Yeah, that's cool. One second, I'm looking around. Hey yo, any fragments in the damn pit? Into the pit with me? Hey Vanille, do you know where any fragments are at, or... No, she's just kind of chilling. That's cool. That's cool. I might look it up. I really don't want to have to run back through this if I'm just missing it. I don't know, this part also feels so guided, like I feel like there wouldn't be anything here. I don't know, man. I'm conflicted as shit.
Sarah?
What? I'm looking for stuff!
I don't see anyone, but I'm not alone.
Can't relate.
Don't be fooled.
I'm being fooled, Vanille, help. Vanille, help, I'm legit fooled. Hmm. What happens after this? We leave to the... After this, we leave, and then we do the whole thing with Noel. And then we go to New Bodom. Year unknown again, but it's a different version that I can access. So it must be here. I think it's gotta be. I think. Shit, dude, I don't know. The music is beautiful, but it is conflicting with my current desire. Which is to be a Pokemon master, I think. I'm not actually sure. That reminds me, I never... So...
Sarah.
What?! I never played Pal World. So I'll play that. Vanille, honestly, help me find this fragment or shut your lips. Shut your damn lips. Oh, I saw Mog's invisible ass and I thought that was a... something. Something. Is that one of those things you put cigarettes in? Sarah strikes me as a chain smoker. A pack a day kind of gal. What the hell is that creature? Is it a chocobo? Is it diseased? She's got her favorite albums. Snoopy. Yep. The back of the Final Fantasy XIII manual does have translations for these symbols. I'm kind of curious if, like this yellow, the second one, the yellow one at the top, that's because that's the only one that has like legible lettering. One second, I gotta see. Wait, the internet is off on my phone. Turn the internet on my phone. I keep turning the internet off on my phone because I don't want it. Because I don't. Then you don't get ads in your apps, your games. Wait. Okay, here we go. Alright. So here's the language. Final Fantasy, no, 7, 9. No. Where is it? No, this is 10 now. Oh, wait, here? Is this it? I dropped my controller. Okay, at your alphabet. Like airplane mode? Does that work? Hold up, I didn't know that. Wait, I don't think these are the right... This is... something else. No, wait, no, it's not. No, this is nonsense. Is that for some mobile games to stop the ad? Oh, I didn't know that worked. That's good to know. It's either too low res to match the letters properly, or it's nothing. Thanks for nothing, Mog! I have no idea where to find. I guess I'll do a once-over of this area, and then I'll talk to Vanille and hope it doesn't automatically move me to the next area, and then maybe things appear at that point? Well, cabages! I love cabages. Cabbage is epic. Actually, I don't know when the last time I had cabbage was. I think as I've aged, I've realized that iceberg lettuce sucks. It's too bitter. I don't like it. And kale? No. Spinach. Go crazy. Spinach go crazy. It's real good. Have some in the fridge? Damn, you have me in the fridge. I'm in your fridge. Alright, well, I guess wherever this thing is, actually it doesn't exist. If I cook them tomorrow, you're just gonna eat your deep-fried cabbage heads? Mom's making an old family favorite? Deep-fried cabbage head? Bwamp, bwamp. I guess I'll talk to Vanille. I'm not sure what to do. Ooh. Okay. I mean, I really hope I'm not just missing it. Don't laugh at me. She's making fun of me. I'm gonna kill her.
Over here.
I know. I'm a comin'. I'm a jizzin'. I'm a spermin'. I'm a mime. Have you seen Kids in the Hall? It sounds familiar. I don't think so, but I think I've heard the name at the very least. Please do not take me to a new place. If you could be so kind. Maybe I'll save, just in case I get a chance.
Vanille!
Who?
Vanille? Is that
Who?
really you?
Well, that's a good question. Put it this way. It's the real me, but inside a dream. I'm still sleeping in the crystal pillar, you see.
That doesn't make any sense.
Away too. So it's like we're meeting inside each other's heads.
So this is a dream after all. But why did you come?
Because you
Gross.
needed help.
Don't yell at me. Do I skip this? I'm worried there's gonna be some dialogue option.
You've never met Fang before, have you?
No, we've come to pull you out of this fantasy of yours.
No, whatever. Wait, I heard something appear. Maybe it was just this, but perhaps it was not just this. Maybe it was... Vanille's fruit? Ew! Inappropriate. It's a Canadian skit comedy show. They had a recurring skit where a dude had a cabbage for a head. Oh. Oh shit, I gotta finish this. I'd eat it. Ooks! Ooksif! Ooksif! Alright, well, at least that worked out. Alright, now I'm betting that something appears in Erba. Because we have Vanille's thing, and we have Dingo's thing. Do I have to keep going? Can I not just leave? Come on, man. Oh, I don't want to help Noel. He's dumb. They really lock you into this. Why don't they let you leave, man? I've done this. Been done this. Oh, you know what? If I just... I'll turn on the paradox scope and then... I'll just win that fight again, and then it'll just pull me out. Find Null. I literally don't know who that is. Man, the sky gets real red in the future. Beamf.
This place. It must be Noel's dream world.
I still don't understand why Noel's... Like, Caius is like, alright, I'm gonna take them to their perfect dream world so they'll stop rebelling against me. And he takes Noel to the fucking nightmare dimension. Of course he's gonna end up leaving. This sucks. Oh. Mug? That's true. I'd love to. Wow, that was very dramatic in the future. Get over it. Was that really how it happened? Noah was just like chilling one day and then his Yule just turned into a puff of smoke and he was like, ah, what the hell? I liked her. I'm sick and tired of this bitch putting me in the damn air. My pulsars! They're bursting! God, that still goes so hard. Wee. Wee. That's crazy. Untamable? But why? He fell asleep? That's not... Did I switch the synergist? He's gaming? Okay. It's good. But at least don't have to do the entire rest of it. Alright, now we close up the gate. I mean, open. Now I'm gonna go look at Erba, and they're gonna be like, whoa, you unlocked Gugashis mode. Gugashis mode is only unlockable when you literally Game Shark your damn game. You cheater. Fuck you. He's gonna say all that in a little dialogue box. And then it'll give me a fragment, and then it'll kick me out. Alright, nothing's happened. Bad start. Let's read the fragment, perhaps? Maybe it'll The reason you returned to the Lashes, my fault. You had to suffer. I couldn't say it before, so I'm saying it now. I'm sorry. I'm so very sorry. Did you know that you were the first miracle in all this? You defied your Lashes fate and turned the crystal of your own will. It was your miracle that showed Fang and me that we had the power to save Cocoon. Is that what happened? So never stop believing in yourself. You can make another miracle and protect the Cocoon. I know you can do it. Well, look how that panned out. Okay, so nothing there. Portal. Is this where we came in? No. I'm wondering if there's gonna be like a new... I guess it would have told me though. I think it tells you if a new like thingy appears. Okay. I did not like how close Noah was to the screen. Spent my life sounding. I can relate to Chon the most. Alright, well, it looks like not a damn thing's happened, but I guess I'll hop on a Chocobo and do a once over. I don't know if it's invisible. I don't know. Mog will point it out if I'm on a Chocobo. I don't know. My current guess is that I'm Choco. My current guess is that the last fragment is something to do with... Because I saw a screenshot of a boss I still have not fought. Then I'm wondering if that has to do with this other secret ending that I still haven't seen. But I think I need all the fragments for it, except, like... Then I guess that doesn't make sense, because how would I get all the fragments if it's also the last fragment? That doesn't really make any sense. So I don't know. I don't know. I guess maybe we'll just go focus on the, thing. The thing? You know, the thing? The bestiary? Because I don't know what Teddy... Alright, well, I don't know. The thing, yeah, you know the thing? Alright, well, I guess let's just go focus on the bestiary again. Let's do Sunlit Waterscape 300. I'm missing 2 Sahagins. If I was a Sahagin, where would I be spawning? Not here, apparently. Why am I so slow? Let's turn on more enemies. Fish! I gotta kill Oannes and the princess. I have nothing for you. I will use a Libra Scope. Congratulations, you're dead. Whoa. What am I doing? Alright. That's another thing done. Prince. The little white freak. No racial. You're not the right guy. But I gotta kill you because now you're in the way of my vining.
Sorry.
I'm good to go. Here!
Stay focused. Thought it'd be harder.
Noel grinding on my... Never mind. Don't worry about it. Who this? Oh, you are the correct one. I mean... nah. Probably easier to not. I think it's better to not use the Libra Scopes. I could still go get more. Pretty sure at this point I'm not gonna need any of those casino tokens for anything, so I'll probably be a little more liberal with them. Need Chronomist. Okay. Like 2 or 3 more of those and we should be good. Hold up. I don't think I fought you. I think you are completely new to me. And seemingly very resistant to being staggered. What the hell? These guys suck. Chin up, good call. I wonder if tougher enemies makes different enemies spawn. I was just thinking it would make the enemies that I already have access to stronger, but maybe it meant like literally different stronger enemies will spawn. And I thought about it in the wrong way. You were a armadillo. And you're done. Okay. Alright, always glad to find a new enemy. I distinctly remember Sad Grey Blob. What the hell, he's fast, okay. Hey, it's not his speed, but he must be using a Chaos Emerald to warp. Oh my god, everyone is dead. I think I'm getting too much money. Everybody's mad. Any chance of gotten any sauce for leveling up the Saster? I have. May as well. I don't know what Endless Blessings is, but sounds cool to own. Yeah, ain't it, Chieftain? Nope.
Sorry.
Alright, should be done on that guy. Yep. Cool. So barring any new enemies, done with the Sunleth Waterscape. Alright. I mean, I guess we can go check. At this point, I'm pretty doubtful. I'm thinking we're gonna have to get everything, but that's fine. Ooh, it's cold in here.
Well, well.
Wow, wow. Wow, wow. Wow, wow. Shut the fuck up. Fuck you. Alright, where's next? Let's do Yasha's Massif 100. There's two bad bitches there to procure. Sorry. We gotta get Pitter Patter and Clematis. I feel we didn't spend that much time here, so I feel like there could also just be a good few enemies I have yet to see here. Oh, I should also check if there's a new fragment skill available. Hello? 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 Oh, who's this? Death Gaze? Alright. Definitely not familiar with your work. Probably because it's not that notable, and you're boring, and you're boring. Gold Bangle. And your mom's a hoe! I mean, look at him. She had to be a child that ugly. Does that make sense? Probably not. Who are you? Do I have you? He greened on me.
Here.
Araman. Pretty sure we got this guy. Just trying to be thorough.
Too easy.
But now we got him into my team, and that's so exciting to have. What are y'all, spooks? Yeah, we got that spook. Where am I? Who are you? Have I fought you? Do I know you? I cannot tell. All y'all motherfuckers look alike. Bunker Beast? Yeah, I fought you. She bunkers my beast until I'm staggered? I love Double Afro says. He emanates so much power. Wait, are you pitter patters? I think I need you. I need to pat these pitters. Alright, we got multiple, so I'm not gonna... Wait, Crawler? Are you? I might also need them. There's multiple, so I definitely don't need to... Bop. Libroscope. Sorry, my brain. Terraquatic. Pitter Patter, not done, but you. Crawler. I don't think I had... Maybe he was already there. Alright. I need to pat these pitters. Are you just Death Gaze again? Loser! This guy sucks.
Good work, everyone.
You dare approach me from the cosmic void and dare to suck ass? Come on, man.
Scared yet? That's it. That wasn't even a warm-up.
Alright, my patters are pittered. Now I gotta fight Clematis. Which I believe was over yond. I remember seeing them around this area. Oh, grow up. Hold up. Chocobo spotted. We need 2 pieces of info. We got 2 things. We got 2, what are they called? Grimoire hats, so we should get them both if it works the way I want it to. But I don't know if it does. So we'll just have to wait and see. Did he just teleport? Teleported to hell. Done. Cool. You are not. I'm surrounded on all flanks. My fingers are very cold. Where are my Clematis? Clemidi? Colomada? Just walk around elsewhere. See if we can find anything new. Oh, grow up. Get off it, you lost. You ain't shit, pitter patter. And you ain't never gonna be shit, pitter patter. Oh my god, they're insistent. She pitters my patter until I'm a fucking frog. There could be something new around here. Who this? No one knew. Hello, worm. Goodbye, worm. What do you mean, wow, worm? I'm 400 years away! What do you mean, wow, worm?
Good work, everyone.
Why are the Clemiduses... Wait, who is this? Oh wait, no, that's the bunker beast, never mind. The beast whom bunk.
Looks like you lost.
Dude, I want one little flowery man. Where is he? It's not like he's rare. They are insistent on dying. They want nothing more than to be not alive by me. Yeah, I got a pitter patter for my goddamn collection. Oh my god. It's like the most non-big deal of an enemy that I'm struggling to find. Alright, come on. It's just a literal flower. Come on. Oh my god. Death gaze. Get over it. You were bested, my mans. You gotta accept it. Bro. Fuck y'all, all y'all. If y'all don't like me, good. Any little weirdos down here? There ain't no little weirdo in sight. I haven't changed Mog's outfit in a while. That's probably why I'm not done the game yet. I forget how to do it. Probably the one that says outfits. So true, so true. I don't like the pirate one. It makes his dick look huge. It makes me insecure because my penis is small. Do I dare default Mog? Ugh. What's cat? Cat Mog. Cats are lucky, probably. They got those, like, golden cats that go meh, and they're, like, golden about it. This Death Gaze guys, he's salty, man. Dude, I'm not even sure I'm in the right goddamn area anymore. What is these things called? They're all like stalkers. This is C400. on now, come on now. I'm excited to play Lightning Returns. I'm also I'm glad that I'm not 100%ing it. Not because I don't think 100%ing it would be fun, but because I've already done it. Ugh. I already have all the achievements, and I've beaten Erishkigal and Area Knight. Extinctified every enemy in one playthrough. Got it all done. I don't know. I guess I'm like I love 100% in games, but I'm you know, I enjoy the idea of being able to just play through something and finish it up and it's done. Finish the story and we're good. Because usually that is not the case for me. Swamp Waterer. My rap name. Crush 40 wasn't kidding when they said danger is lurking around every turn. They really were not kidding. I'm not kidding, man. I'm not kidding. Truly, where the fuck is this enemy? You can tell a Chlamydus to not attack me last time I was here. Now they're nowhere to be seen. Bro! What? Where are they? I don't understand.
That wasn't even a warm-up.
Oh my god, get off it. He's so petty. Where? Huh? Alright, I have a theory that I'm going to test. I'm sure maybe the Chlamyduses can spawn here, but I was seeing them more prevalently in like 110 or something. So I'm gonna go there. Also, it's not pronounced Chlamydus, I just like saying that. It's like Clematis, if anything. There's still so many enemies to do, and this Clematis MFer is taking up way too much of my time. Let's see. So, I mean, it tells you a place they can spawn, not necessarily every place they can spawn. Did I go to the same place? Did I not switch locations? Holy shit, it's Kana Kamui! He's in this? I would love to attack. It's actually one of my favorite things. Dickhead. Never darken my stoop with your visage, you bitch. Kana kamoy. Clematis, though. Where the Clematis at, though? This is the most nothing burger enemy. Where is he? I'm gonna just make sure it's not like something different. I'm sure it's just kind of a Kamagaba. I just want to be sure. Oh. Well, they did. I was saying that it'd be cool if they did more of these enemies that spawned through these black holes that were a lot stronger. Unfortunately, they ignored the part where I said a lot stronger, and they sent big babies after me. Where? This enemy has disappeared. What? Get lost. Why? Why? Ugh. They're ugly. Wait. That's what you wanted, right? Hold up, are you different? These aren't crawlers. These are Chunner Pertons! I might have already had. I might have these already. Yeah, we got them. Where did the goddamn flowers go? Wait, wait! I finally found your ass. Why did that take so damn long? This is a mandrake. It's not even the right guy. Ugh. What the? I'll go back to 100 in a second. Because clearly this isn't working. I just want to do a once over just to see if there's anything worth my damn time. Oh, grow up. Oh, grow up. Alright, I hate it here.
You okay? Nice timing.
What is that move? These guys are freaks. Alright, well, we got something new at least. Wasn't a complete waste of time. I just don't understand where this creature is, or why he decides to elude me. I haven't played to stream for so long, but I'm devoid of purpose elsewhere in life, so I guess it's easy to do. I mean, I'll probably call it soon, but Jesus. Not without my clematis. Where are these fucking creatures? Oh my god, I hate you. Leave me alone.
Here. Next time. You okay?
No one's hurt, right?
I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna turn off tougher enemies, maybe? Well, I guess I had it on when I was getting them before, so I guess that wouldn't make much sense. Why are you so insistent on getting killed? I don't need the money. I don't need the XP. You're nothing to me. Just leave me alone. Just accept that you're nothing. And go away. Dude, what the... I was seeing these guys constantly last I was here. Where did they all go? I think I know what it is. I think Saz needs a different adornment. Yeah, big key coming out of his head should do it. Okay, I think this is them. Wish I had a Libra scope to be sure. Okay, there's like nothing. Should be quick. Shouldn't be a problem. Serial killer. Bad job.
Good work, everyone.
God, took way too long. One or two more, I think. Unless all the individual status ailments are like one thing, but I imagine it uncovers all of them at the same time. Or at least a few of them.
You okay? See ya.
Okay, done. Christ. Okay, I'm gonna leave. If we're not done the bestiary quest yet, then we will continue it on the next stream. We have Academia. We have 5 things in Academia 500 and 11 things in the Arclight Step. So still a little bit to go, but shouldn't be that bad. I mean, this wasn't even that bad.
This is a significant amount of data. You surprise me.
Fuck this guy. There is a part of me that wants to keep going, but it is almost midnight, so I'm not gonna do that. We will start next time at Academia 500. Start taking out all the big bads. Can't believe I streamed for 5 hours. Didn't expect to. Honestly, I thought I in my head I was like, we'll be able to, like 2 hours and I'll be done this game. Very wrong. Though I didn't realize the bestiary was going to be such a daunting task. But like we don't have anything too bad left. Actually, you know, while it's on my mind, let me spend the rest of my chill. I spend the rest of my casino tokens on. Well, actually, we can also see if we get anything. Okay, you suck. Bye bye. I don't understand. There's only 2 fragments left, but 4 fragment skills? I don't understand how that works. We'll turn in these 2 platinum casino tokens, even though they're like jack shit. Buy as many Libroscopes as we can. We shouldn't need to Libroscope too many things, like it shouldn't be a huge deal if we do or don't. Except for, I know the one enemy in the there's one enemy in... Actually, you know what? Take all my money. See if I care. Well, take some of my money. Just in case.
Thank you. Greetings and what can I do?
Just in case. So that there's in Academia 500 there's the Zolotl enemy, which only appears when he's summoned by also the Proto Behemoth. I think they only appear when they're summoned by another enemy, so I'll probably use the Libroscope on them, just so I don't have to like go through the rigmarole of them being summoned and then fighting them. But otherwise, nothing. I don't think there's... Maybe the Chocobos, but just because they're a little rarer. Maybe the blade for the the Centaur guy. The whatever his name is. I don't know. We got 5 or 6 now, so... And we have, what? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. We got 16 enemies left. Most of them are very standard, very easy enemies, so it should be fast. My only worry is that I don't know if it's counting enemies that I don't have yet, then we might have some problems. Or I might have to look stuff up, but we'll see when we get there. Thank you for watching this long-ass stream. I hope it was mildly enjoyable, but I know it wasn't. I hope you have a lovely evening, and I'll be live whenever I pluck up the desire to stream again, which comes and goes aggressively. Have a good evening. I'll catch you next time. Peace.